Good morning, and welcome to the second day of racing at the Lenovo F1 in Schools National Finals here at the Magna Science and Adventure Centre. How are we all doing today? Everyone sounds a little tired, but understandable because all of the teams, they've had their verbal presentations, their design judging, and finally they had last night off. There have been teams bowling, lots of fun things happening, but we're ready here to get day two's racing underway. Yesterday, we had all of the teams in the development and professional class racing in the 4 lanes with their A and B cars, but we're going again today. We'll see them all again to get their second half of racing done. So, without further ado, welcoming to the stage, Burnout, Team Chimera 3, C Racing Pre-Met, and CHS Pulse. No better way to start the day. Come on, guys. So, you're our first team up this morning. How are you feeling? Are you burned out?
Yes, I'd say so. We're a bit nervous, but we're feeling better than yesterday, I'd say.
Better than yesterday? Yeah. I'm glad to hear that. So, some faster times on the board.
Yeah, hopefully.
But there's nothing to be nervous about.
No, not at all, yeah.
Fantastic. And I can see some preparation here. We've got a repair box, but I hope we don't have to use it. I'm going to go to the end of the line. Can you remind us what the name of your mascot is?
Bernie.
Bernie Burnout, I remember now. That's fantastic. Well, I hope he brings you luck. Now, as the track team is preparing this first round of racing for us, can I ask all of the drivers to go trackside for me, taking their positions in lane 1, 2, 3, and 4. Just ready for that first race. And I'm going to wander down and talk to Team Chimera the third. Were you happy with how racing went yesterday?
Yeah, pretty happy. I mean, we got a pretty decent time. Better than we expected, actually.
Better than you expected? Is that times from regionals, times from testing?
From regionals, actually. We did quite a bit of improvement from regionals, so really happy with that.
Oh, fantastic. I mean, I know teams never want to give anything away, but could you give us a hint as to what you've done to your car? How have you improved it?
Our CAD engineer.
So we've started out by thinning our walls down to reduce weight. We've hollowed out our front wing as well. And overall, we've tried to make it as light as possible. We had a bit of super glue in our bearings last time, so we've tried to avoid that this time, but it should be faster, yeah.
Fantastic, the dreaded super glue. I hate this stuff. It is the enemy of wheel rotation. But you managed to get that sort out. You've shaved some weight off. That is a good sign for the cars. And we're seeing them lining up on the start right now. Our fantastic track team, Reese and Amy. And what a lineup. I'm going to walk further down the line. A team that I was talking to actually before the competition, very, very eager. How are you feeling today?
Excited, looking forward to racing again. Hopefully the car's got a little bit more pace to show. Yeah.
And can you tell us a little bit about your team name, C Racing Pre-Met? Is that like a sponsor?
Yeah, so C is the constant for the speed of light. C Racing, that's where the name comes from. And Pre-Met is our title sponsor, who we're obviously very, very grateful for, who have helped us all the way through the competition. Again, thank you to all our sponsors. I'll take this opportunity to say that. So yeah, Pre-Met, our title sponsors, that's where the name comes from.
That's fantastic to see. You know, it's like here at F1 in Schools, we have Lenovo. You guys are so, professional, just like us, just like the Formula One teams. That's really cool to see. Now we're ready to go on track. Let's get the first race of the day underway. And all of the cars make it across the line safely. That is what we like to see to get the day's racing underway. And what an interesting race. We had the fastest reaction time from Burnout flying out of the gates, but actually one of the slower track times. However, the reaction got them that total finish of 1.476. But CH Pulse, they got 1.304 on track. I can't quite remember what they achieved yesterday, but that will be a good time contributing to that average lap time that does get the fastest car award. Now, I'm going to walk down the line. CHS, it's a tongue twister for me, especially this early in the morning. You guys with the Pit Viper glasses, are those glasses hiding some tired eyes this morning? What did you get up to last night?
Not much.
Played a lot of 8-ball pool.
which we are very bad at, but it was good fun.
Practice makes perfect, though. The more 8-ball pool you play, the better you'll get. And I'm joined by my wonderful co-host, Radzi.
Yes, mate, here we are. And the Pit Vipers are back. That is the most important thing. And we've already set the bar high. First race, bar is high.
Absolutely. And we've already got the thumbs up, so we can go and see how they perform in round 2. Fantastic. And Team Burnout improve on that reaction time from the first race, 0.159. They are not groggy this morning. But CHS Pulse, I will get this right before they leave us today, with a 1.287 on track. That would be one of the better times on the leaderboard yesterday. Any teams under that 1.3 point were really in contention.
So now we're building on what happened yesterday. We don't start fresh again today.
No, exactly. We've got 4 races on the board, and we're going to complete that set of 8, where times 2 to 5, their second fastest to their 5th fastest, will be averaged to decide the fastest car in the United Kingdom.
The other big question is, how many key rings can we have on our person? You've got a lot in your pockets.
Very full pockets of keyrings. I don't quite have the agility with my fingers to get them on my belt as quickly as you, Radzi, but what a collection you've built up.
The opposable thumbs over the evolution years have just facilitated the belt ring dexterity.
You're like the F1 in school's caretaker. You need lots more keys now.
Yeah, exactly. Thankfully, most of the doors are already open. Otherwise, I'd be in trouble. I'm like the key maker in the Matrix. Gutted when he gets hurt. Gutted. But he achieved his destiny. That's the point. That is the point. How are we feeling today, guys?
We're feeling pretty happy. I mean, we had only 3 weeks from regionals to the nationals, and we made a big improvement. And so we're happy about it. Also, I had a question for you.
Fire away. First question of the... Actually, 3 days no one's asked me.
What inspired you to go for the skeleton and bobsleighing team?
Good question. So I used to do skeleton bobsleigh many moons ago. I wanted to make the Winter Olympics in 2014. Spoiler alert, I didn't make the Winter Olympics in 2014, but it was because I was on a show called Gladiators that's on BBC now. It was on Sky One. I was at uni at the time. Got told that because I had a good acceleration, like this here, over 30 meters, I'd have a good profile of a skeleton. Went to Bath Uni, tried it, loved it, and took it from there. But then unfortunately, after the British trials, didn't essentially get selected. So I thought, I can't keep giving up years of my life. So I did it for 2.5 years, but it's the best sport ever. Any other questions?
Well, I think he'd like to give someone a shout out.
A massive thank you to Mr. Bolcom and Mr. Pavey for organising to get us here. And thank you to Han Zhang and Mr. Dawson for helping us throughout the entire process.
Yes, lads, we love that. We love the appreciation. How was the hotel last night you were in?
It was a pretty nice hotel, very comfortable.
Let's find. We need to do basically the hotel game of who stayed in the best hotel. What hotel were you in?
Premier Inn.
Solid. Good enough for Lenny Henry. Good enough for us. Which Premier Inn? In fact, I better not say the specific one, but we were in a Premier Inn as well, and it was decent. It was solid. Better than a travel lodge for me, Lawrence.
Absolutely. I love having doors with handles on, which is something that you get at Premier Inn, but not so much at Travel Lodge, so that's great.
If you ever stayed in the Ibis Bouget, or Ibis Budget as some people call it.
Well, let's stick with the Bouget. It makes it sound more bougie.
Correct, sir. Correct. You get a shower door. So shower is essentially in the room, and you don't get a handle on those doors. You just get a hole. Perspex door and a hole. That's all you get. Saving, efficient.
Lightweight. You love to see it.
Yeah, exactly that. Great aerodynamics on their doors.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. But not as good as these cars. We've got the canisters going in as they're pushed up to the race gates, each car being lined up with the nose perfectly on that black line at the start-finish, giving them the best chance to win this next race.
And in case you're thinking to yourself, well, that's a shame, that hotel chat was engaging and inspiring, it will continue as the day goes on. That's the great news.
Absolutely. It'll be one of the great sadnesses of my life that we had to check out of that Premier Inn this morning. But we'll get over it.
We are going to get over it, mates. So 2 races down, we can see Burnout are the team to beat in this one. 1.257 so far. Not a lot separating 1 and 2 on that one. In fact, 6/1000ths to be precise between C Racing and Burnout. Burnout showing the consistency.
Exactly. Lightning reactions from Burnout. I think they've all been within maybe 0.007 of a second, so that's insane. You've got to get up early to beat them. But I think, unfortunately, we may have seen our first jump start of the day with CHS Pulse not making it off the line. But as we remember, it is the 2nd to 5th times that count, so that means that time will just drop to the back, and they do have one more attempt today.
How do we define a jump start versus a false start?
That's just a little bit of terminology that maybe I've interchanged throughout. So, in fact, jump start, false start, if we use either of those terms, it means, you see those 5 red lights go on sequentially, just as at the start of a Formula 1 race, and then you're waiting for them to go out. I mean, you're almost trying to anticipate it, although that's not possible because the whole time is random every time. But as you're there, your finger itching to press the button, occasionally it can just slip and press it before the lights go out, and the car doesn't jump away from the line, unfortunately.
In F1, is there a system to stop a false start?
No, and that is why, sometimes we're waiting deep into the races with drivers under investigation for such things. But here at F1 in Schools, we've got the peak technology. No such things happening here. And we get the thumbs up from trackside. Let's see if Burnout can round out with perfect reactions.
It's nuts, that, isn't it? That in F1, Lane 4, absolutely lightning.
Fantastic, and a 1.255 on track for Burnout. I think that is their best time so far. It won't improve their position on the leaderboard. They will stay at 12th, but it will improve the points they receive.
Correct,
so
sir.
Really great for those guys. Getting the replay, seeing all of the cars going into that deceleration system, all in one piece, no parts leaving the car, what you love to see. And yeah.
Do the teams have to leave their cars in pit display overnight here?
Exactly. So the teams, will be coming in this morning, seeing if everything's as they left it, which of course it is, very secure facility we've got here. But yes, being our final day though, regrettably at the end, the pit displays will be packed down. So if you are at the venue today and you haven't had a chance to look around the team's fantastic pit displays, it's maybe one of your last opportunities. There are so many games, so much interactivity on these pit stands. It's, the quality is at another level. It's like the World Finals a few years ago.
The only pits we're interested in, though, are the Pit Vipers. See what I did there? How are we doing today, guys? How are our energy levels this morning?
Good. Yeah, we've lost a team member, unfortunately. He's ill. He's had to leave, but energy's still high.
What was the illness?
I don't really know.
Was it just the common cold, we hope? A bit run down? And what are their names?
Zidane.
Zizou. So listen, Zizou, if you are watching, which you obviously are, even though you're a football legend, we miss you. We miss the Pit Vipers. All the very best of luck. Get well soon. And fingers crossed, your team, CHS, can do the business very shortly. And they're still looking good. The one question, though, I just had it wired into my ear from Zizou is, where are the Pit Vipers?
Had to take them off for the racing to focus up, so I'll get them on when we're back.
Good. They are going to go on. Well, that is the first race done and dusted, Lawrence.
Absolutely, and a great start to the day. Other than that one jump start, no real issues that we had to get over. Hopefully, everything is a smooth sailing from now on.
Absolutely right. Well, guys, that is your final race ever in the professional class of F1 in Schools, because then it changes names to next year. So give yourselves a round of applause. Excellent work. And if you'd like to exit just at the side here, and feel free to wave at the camera lens as you go past. And you are waving at the millions watching around the world. And as for us here, Lawrence, it is one down, many still to go. And that 1.187, I cannot wait for Aberdeen to return to really try and push that boundary. And actually, while their fastest time is incredible, that doesn't actually mean that they necessarily will be the ones who win because of the averages that you mentioned.
Absolutely. So it'll be really key, actually, when Formula Aberdeen come up, to see if they're able to get any times close to that 1.187. If they're able to put a few more times under that 1.2 marker on the board, I think they'll be, the favourites for that win. But until we see that, everyone is in the running. Now, this next round of racing, a very competitive group. They were a great group yesterday, but Loop Racing, I remember, unfortunately, they were one of our DNFs yesterday. They're a car that lost all 4 corners, I believe, and they've been hard at work repairing that car, and on the starting gates, it looks as good as new, which is exactly what you love to see. So I can't remember if it was car A or car B, but both look fantastic right now. So they're giving themselves every chance to get 4 more great times on the board.
And when we say looks can sometimes be deceiving, look no further than Parabolica, because they pretend that it's all just, laissez-faire. We're not fussed, but deep down, they're beasts ready to fight. Clearly, we know your game, girls. Right, well, let's bring these teams out here to get the action underway. So if we have you in lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, and if you could favour the wall, that would be fantastic. So first up is Parabolica. Then we have Loop Racing, then it's Unity Racing, and then Blue Mercury Racing. Come on down. I think that was I'm trying to think. I think it was a Bruce Forsyth used to say, "Come on down," in Bruce's Price is Right when they selected them from the audience. Because they go, "Come on down." I think that was right. We'll have to ask one of the older gentlemen if that is indeed correct, or if that's Michael Barrymore. Not sure. You're looking at me going, "This is way before my time."
Regrettably, yes. But I'm sure when we find an old gentleman, we can fact-check you there.
We are going to fact-check. Well, can we have our drivers stepping forward, please, to take the triggers of destiny? Now we've got our first AirPod of the day. Oh, they're coming out. Interesting. So some people have gone for the noise-cancelling headphones.
I wonder if we've got our first driver who isn't listening to nothing.
That is the real question. That is the Socratorial question on the tip of all of our tongues.
Well, we'll have to ask and find out later. Anyway, we can see the drivers, they're crouching, the usual kind of very serious stance, getting those muscles warmed up, ready to start the race.
Except Parabolica. They're not.
Except Parabolica.
They're just
chilled.
chilled.
Yeah.
Just chilled. That's what they look like. They look like they're in a spa, but in reality, they're ready for battle.
Now, we're just having some final tweaks made halfway down the track. It's a bit of a tense moment, These teams have stepped up to the gates. They're on the starting blocks, almost literally. We've got these lanes marked out on the floor. This means no one can block each other's view to the lights.
Again, Parabolica
all
infringing the line rules, a very strict line rule policy that we've got. We know the games, mind games from Parabolica.
Absolutely. We'll have, is it VAR we use to check such things?
Correct. Get the old VAR.
Absolutely.
It's arguably has ruined the game, some might say. But the only one person that knows, Stig, has VAR ruined the game? Communicate via interpretive dance. There he goes. There he goes. That means it has ruined the game, and you've also got your national flag on your back, don't you? There is no doubt. There is no doubt. Love Jersey.
Now, this afternoon, Radzi, we have some fantastic trophies to hand out, recognising achievement from the teams across all of the judging areas. But I'm seeing some almost equally fantastic trophies in the hands of one of their team members here.
Talk us through them, dude. These are excellent.
Yeah, so on our pit display, we've got a interactive wire buzzer game. So you just go around the track of our sponsor, Anglesey Circuit. And at the end of the day, we'll pick up whoever's got the fastest, 3 fastest, and announce them the winner and give them the trophy. We've also got hoodies to give out for the winners as well of the competition. And we've also got a measure the length of the car game on our pit display. So plenty of prizes to win as well.
Thank you very much for that. So while we've got a competition here, there's a subplot competition of bronze, silver, and gold. And those fingers were excellent adjustment there. Look at that. Look at the quality there. This was not thrown together. feast your eyes on that. You can forget about the Premier League trophy. It's all about those bad boys right there.
Well, and these trophies, they're not just shiny, but they're also sustainable. These are 3D printed from PLA, which is biodegradable, and this team has also been recycling PLA, which is really, really cool to see.
Now, first of the day, what does PLA stand for? Polylithium aluminum.
It's polyactic something, but have to get a rain check on that one. But no rain check on the racing. We've got the thumbs up from Reese. We're ready to go.
Oh, wow, wow, wow. In lane 3, there was big impact. And you heard an audible gasp from the crowd. Everybody immediately felt for what I can only, take a look at the replay. Lane 3, the red car. We're looking, ignore me. That almost took the camera out. That's my favorite replay we've ever seen.
It was certainly a very, very dramatic shot, Radzi.
Wow. I mean, if you're gonna go out, Lawrence, if you are gonna go out, go hard or go home in this game sometimes. Wait for this. Wait for this. Oh! If that was maybe 8 inches to the right, we'd have gone viral with that clip, as it would have taken the camera lens out.
Absolutely. Could have been a cracked camera lens there. But
should we get a reaction?
While it's the thing you least want to see from loop racing, or for loop racing, let's say, it has certainly woken the venue up this morning. There was gasps all around seeing that dramatic replay. Well, he's steaming up here. Could we get a word out of the Stig? Will Stig speak for the first time after those dramatic scenes?
Oh, he's flirting with us. Even on the precipice of disaster, lads, not the ideal situation. Is that car repairable in the course of the next 2.5 minutes?
I guess we have to wait to see, but I just knew it was going to happen. Yeah, shocking.
That was, are you guys Scouse?
No. Because I just love saying the word.
Yeah, go again. How would you describe it in a 2-syllable word?
Shocking.
Guys, you've taken it very well. I mean, like we say, not necessarily going to be fixed. The good news is that the third race?
So that was only the first race of this round, actually.
That's what I thought. That is what I thought. So it could affect them.
We're ready to go back trackside. Hopefully we won't see the same again.
Oh, wow. Was that them again?
These guys have no luck.
They could have somebody's eye out with that thing.
Absolutely. We may be asking the spectators to stand back for the last 2 races.
Let's take a look at the replay. Oh, no, there's a geezer in front. Oh, good timing. Good timing. I'll tell you why. Because that's Attica. By the way, he's got the best name on planet Earth. Attica's full name is Atticus. What a name. Essentially a Roman leader. So he's there ready to take one for the team. He's used to seeing Colosseum-based action. Oh, I thought they were flirting with us with the replay there. That was...
Well, dramatic scenes.
Wow.
I think this is their, yes, you can see it's second on the track, which means this is their second car. A bit less damage than the first one, which is good to see. But regrettably, this car is challenging the limits between solid and liquid now. I think you could pour that car into the box.
So you said, it was said that you thought it might happen?
Well, after yesterday, we were like, oh, it's just going to happen again. You know, you can't write it, can you? It just is what it is, really. Oh, God, I think can't do no claims on insurance on that one. That's horrible.
Do you know what I would say, though, is a lot of people are going to go home today and they're going to remember moments, and they're definitely going to go, do you remember that team when it didn't just happen once, it happened twice and it ended the car? So you've gone hard and you've gone home.
Yeah, we have, to be honest. It's just exploded, isn't it? You can't write it. You know, it's just funny, you know. You can't be upset about it. You just gotta, you know, find the funny side of it, really, haven't you?
Absolutely. And by the way, Lawrence, I think both of those were legit times because of the the impact happening after the finish line.
Absolutely, that's so important. You know, if a car loses parts before the finish line, it's a DNF because the car has lost weight. It has finished the race potentially underweight. But this damage happened completely after the checkered flag, which means those times count. And now the team has a few minutes to repair the cars. We can see the camera on their 2 sets of cars right now. There is a lot of work to do in that time.
Lawrence, what you can't see is the guys are now having to work out which part is from which car. We've never had this dilemma before. There would be only one team that would be not flapping in this situation. Parabolica, how are you?
We're good, yeah.
Are we still pretending that we're not bothered in the slightest?
No. I think internally we're stressing a bit, but not really. We're just good vibes.
Good vibes always, and we've got the racket. The racket's back.
It's a magnifying glass.
I do. Sorry, let me go again. And you've still got the magnifying glass in tow. Be careful of any ants around. We don't want to redirect the sun.
Come to our pit display and come and play our escape room game, Parabolica's Pit Stop Panic.
Wow, a great alliteration. And what is Parabolica's Pit Stop Panic? What do we have to do?
So we have our car in a lockbox. You need to unlock a 3-digit code to get our car.
Nice. Has anyone done it so far?
Yes, Andrew Denford himself did.
Big. I mean, it's not his first rodeo. I know what you're doing. You're getting in there with the right people. When the boss is in cahoots, you're going to do very well.
Anyway, Radzi, I noticed something going a little bit under the radar in that last round of racing.
Please.
We were focused on that loop racing car.
Don't tell me there's a good time.
There was a fantastic time. Unity Racing, with a time of 1.207, promoted themselves to second on that leaderboard. We know they were strong yesterday, so they'll have a really good average reaction to average race time as well. They're right behind us now, so let's get some reaction.
We're very happy with how it's going. We think it can go a bit quicker if bearings are now wearing in, so... Well, as Mr. Shepherd said, Yorkshire!
Indeed. There is no debating where you guys are from. You say, as the bearings are wearing in, so your competitors should be scared. This car is just going to get faster and faster. Which race should we look out for? You know, 2 cars, as hard as you might try, are never quite identical. And I know you guys, massive professionals, you'll be having the eyes on all of the times throughout the day, so you'll know which car and which lane is your best chance at glory. Where should we be looking?
It's this next race. We have our fastest car in what we think is one of the faster lanes. Lane 2 is, on average, quite slow, which is what I was saying yesterday, where our first run was quite slow. We were quite worried. But now we've realised that lane 2 is slow for everyone. So we're not too worried about the result from that. But this next race, we need to keep an eye on it and see what it's going to come in on.
Can I just ask, is that anecdotal evidence, or have you looked and sort of really noted a few examples?
Yeah, so that's looking at the average track times from the top 5 teams from yesterday.
That is, we need to keep an eye out on that, because this Lawrence is like a savant. Once he's now aware of it, he's going to ingest information. So Lawrence, we're going to keep an eye out for lane 2 moving forward.
Absolutely. I'm noticing that you've got some pink highlighters in hand. You know, you have those just in case. What's the reason for those?
Well, it's just off our livery, so we took inspiration. As you know, Williams used to have the livery as a Duracell battery, and our car's bright pink, so we thought might as well make it a highlighter.
So the highlighter is your kind of unofficial mascot. We should, like, when seeing that very bright pink car, as you say, flying down the track, neon pink, it's the Unity highlighter.
Just to also say, commendation on that camera, by the way. Didn't have a chance whatsoever. Bang in there, got the focus spot on. We're not messing around here. Now we are waiting for the... So a little update is Loop Racing unfortunately didn't get a time on that last one because an element of the car came off before the finish line. That is the beauty of having our slow-mo cameras, Lawrence.
However, thankfully, I don't think, from my memory, that team had a DNF yesterday. They did have a DNF yesterday. That means they'll end the racing with 4 times on the board, I'd understand. Well, we've got the thumbs up from the racing track.
Enough. All leaning in, apart from Parabolica. Excellent. What time was it?
We're just waiting for the gate. And we have a 1.262 from Unity Racing. This was the time they were waiting for. I think the Unity highlighter is not going to climb to that P1 position, unfortunately. But another time below 1.3, that is a strong time for their average. And the fastest reaction as well for them, got everything lined up. Very nice. Now, there is one team that we haven't spoken to so far. That is Blue Mercury Racing. How are you feeling today?
Pretty good, yeah. Feeling confident with kind of the times we're getting, better than last week and testing and everything. So, yeah, pretty happy.
How's your experience been over the last couple of days? The past, I guess, just over 24 hours. What's it been like for you?
Well, I think the experience has been great. I mean, waking up at 4 yesterday was not the best, but I think once we're here, it's been incredible. Yeah.
So, hotel. What hotel option did you go for?
I went for Halliby Hall.
Was it good?
Oh yeah, it was great. It's some 4-star hotel. It was
4 stars. This is what we're talking about. We've leveled up. Do we have a standalone bath? I'm not sure. What would you call a standalone bath? You know, they're on their own, not against a wall. So did you have one of those?
I don't think so. No.
No.
Showers.
Did you? Is there a jacuzzi? Is there a spa available in the hotel?
I think there is. Yeah.
Now that's a sign of a great hotel, by the way. You've got a spa option, excellent. Was there a gym?
There was a gym, yeah.
Now, let's get a little bit niche here. Did the gym have anything other than cardio kit?
I think he's the expert.
Yes, go on, dude.
Yeah, it had a good bit of kit. Good bit of legs, good bit of upper body. Good stuff there.
That's what I'm talking about. This is proper. You guys, this is where the sponsorship comes in, because they're sorting you out with the good accommodation. Now we are waiting for thumbs to go. We are ready. They are prone. Parabolica is poised.
Just waiting for that final gate timeout before we get the results. And 1.277 from Parabolica. I think that isn't their best overall time, but it is very close. Again, another strong contribution to the average. But Blue Mercury Racing, who we were just talking to, a lightning reaction from them, clinching the victory for them in that race. But those times, wow.
2/1000 separating lanes 1 and 2. But I'm just going to get a reaction from Parabolica.
Only 100th between all 3 teams.
Because what we saw from Parabolica was at one point a grimace. So we left going, oh, actually, I am trying. Was that the case?
Maybe.
How did you assess that? Because in terms of high quality, it's not just been a one-off. You're pretty consistent.
Yeah, we are pretty consistent. We were hoping for a bit faster, but we'll see how it pans out.
So overall, I think you are 7th on our list. We are early doors, still a lot more teams to go. Will that be enough to stay inside the top 10, do you reckon?
Hopefully, yeah.
Cards are back close to our chest once again. Well, Parabolica, well done. Another round of great group racing. Give yourselves a big round of applause. And so, Parabolica, they have a game you can play. It's Guess the Code. You guys have a game again, which is the trophies speak for themselves. They're absolutely fantastic. Where are you based? Where's your pit?
P25, so over there, so on the back row, the first row.
So P25, give them a go, and especially I think they deserve to be given a go, given what the carnage we saw on track. It'll put a smile on their faces. So guys, round of applause again, and if you'd like to exit just to the side of our little racing area. So not a lot of movement yet. Now, were Unity, were they second? Where were they?
I think I recall they were within the kind of top 6. They were in that band that we were saying yesterday. I mean, you quoted down to Ceres Racing, only 500ths, half a tenth off P1. You said yesterday you thought all of those were in contention. You were completely right, as we saw with Unity Racing, going from maybe the lower end of that right up to P2.
And the great news is, from that sort of P2 to P9, I think we've now only seen 2 of them go. So we've got 7 left to go, and this is very exciting. I would be curious to know, overnight, if the car is colder, would that make it in theory slower? If it perhaps has been cooled overnight?
Indeed. So In terms of the gas canisters that power the car, we keep those at a constant temperature throughout the whole competition. That fridge hasn't been turned off overnight, so they should all be getting the same pressure from the F1 in Schools power packs. The cars themselves, I don't see much reason why temperature would affect those as to just the temperature we conduct the racing. You know, the hotter the room is, the lower density the air, the lower that air resistance will be. The colder, the denser the air, maybe the slower the cars will be, and the more the aerodynamics will have an effect on their speed. However, we are keeping the temperature of this room constant throughout all of the racing, so the fact that it has got a bit colder overnight won't play a part.
Yeah, absolutely right. Nothing but a fart will change the degrees in this room. Well, now we can bring out 4 more teams, and we have the feather boas in. Is it my turn? It'd be rude for me not to. It'd be rude not to. So would you please welcome, and again, please favour the wall when you line up. In lane 1, it is Pegasus. In lane 2, it is Vanguard Racing. In 3, it is Caliber Racing. And in lane 4, Nevis Racing.
That feather boa is being waved threateningly, and it's on.
There we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I can't lie, I'm a fan. For any wrestling fans out there, think Macho Man Randy Savage / Ric Flair / Hulk Hogan. Just a green version.
What would your walk-on song be, Redzi?
It would be great question. I want to give you a proper answer, so I'm going to contemplate and get back to you. Yes.
Coffee and contemplation over here for Redzi.
Matcha tea latte. That's what I went for.
Very
that
nice.
wouldn't be the song. That wouldn't be the song.
Noted.
Ooh,
noted.
The song, if it was, I think on the spot, AC/DC Back to Black, which for the uninitiated is bow, bada bow, bada bow, da 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 da. Exactly like that.
A great choice. And if this career doesn't work out, Radzi, I'm sure you can go into the music industry. What dulcet tones. Now, let's bring them out as we talk to our team on the end here. This is Pegasus. You guys are looking serious, like arms folded. You're down to business this morning.
Yeah, so we're Team Pegasus, and we're from Hong Kong again. So yeah, we have been preparing real hard the past month, and so we hope we can win the fastest car award.
My, that's some fighting talk. They think their car is able, perhaps, to contend for that fastest car, and we can see, in fact, they are starting high on the leaderboard. So you are absolutely in contention, as you say. Now, as we're working our way through the racing program, obviously you're analyzing your car. You've had a chance maybe to look at all of the team's other cars. If you were to come back, what do you think you might change on your car to make it even faster?
And just before we get the answer, if our drivers could step up into our lanes here. Another question, please.
Well, actually, we would decide on to choose on the aerodynamics because it's like not the optimal now, as our wheels are like very good now, but the aerodynamics is about to be improved.
Okay, so I mean, touching on the fact that there are lots of features that contribute to the performance of these F1 in schools cars. Pegasus, they think they've nailed the wheels. Obviously a very light car to be so fast, but some more work on the aero. Let's see how it does in this first race of round 3. And a very fast reaction from Caliber Racing, closely followed by Pegasus, just 1,000th of a second splitting them. But it is Pegasus taking that win on track with a time of 1.268. Very good.
Yeah, very good. Just inside the top 15, that would be, if it weren't already, for their brilliant P5 time from yesterday. I wonder which of their 2 cars could be quicker. Could things improve furthermore? Oh, we've seen another bit of damage.
Absolutely.
The front end, it might be the end for the front.
Well, I definitely hope not. And we have Team Caliber behind us. I think that must have happened after the finish line. Maybe we'll get a replay to see, but if that is the case, your time will still count. Do you think that'll be an easy fix for you guys?
Yes. Of course it will.
Can I ask a very
short answer, but of course it will. You love that confidence. Like, these guys won't be beaten by anything.
A very technical question. So the lads have got 2 stripes on their cheeks. You've gone for the more blob design and a bit of kind of American football under the eyes. How did the decisions take place?
They wanted army paint, so we went with it.
So when they said army paint, did they know that there was going to be glitter and sequins?
Definitely, yeah.
And what do we think? But you've gone for the side, the sort of to highlight the cheekbones.
More stylish.
What can you say? Just a natural stylish. And lads, we're enjoying the army look, the retro army look.
Yep. I wanted like war paint rather than just the one line. More interesting.
When I see your face, I think wartime. There's no question of that. And it's now time for war on the track. What on the outside? That was. I will be curious to know how many thousand separated 1 and 2 on that one.
1.210 for Caliber Racing. They currently sit at 14th on the leaderboard, but that will propel them up to 3rd. A very impressive race for them. As we were just talking to them, not just shining here in the studio, but out on track as well. Wow.
That was very, very close. And Caliber in P3. This is superb. 2 teams inside the top 6. 2 of that top 9 team in action, where there is absolutely nothing, as we spoke about a couple of minutes ago, separating. If we go from P2 down to P10 now, we have 26 thousandths.
It is incredibly close. Now, if we're able to get the leaderboard on the screen, we'll see there's been something new added, which is another narrative for us to follow today. We now have the flags of all of the nations next to the teams.
Very nice. Look at this. Well, I'm going to look forward to this.
And there is something to look for, though, because, you know, we do have a very strong Scottish representation, very strong Welsh representation here. And at the end of the day, we will be awarding Scottish champions and Welsh champions who will progress to the World Finals. So, you know, that inter-region competition really does count.
Now, as soon as you heard that, you got very excited.
What can I say? We're proud to be Scottish. We're the best.
And quite literally are the best at the moment, Aberdeen. But Aberdeen are the ones leading proceedings. So would that mean... So if you are Scottish and you don't make the... There's an alternative. If you don't make the podium and your flag isn't represented, you could be the fastest Scot and thus go through to the World Finals. Is that correct, Lawrence?
There's also a lot more than just like cars. We've got a lot more that sort of comes into the competition. So it really, you can't tell off an awful lot just from the racing.
Well said, by the way. Well said. Thank you. But the Scots occupying 2 of the top 5, 1 and 5.
Absolutely. Perhaps you can expand a bit more on that relationship, though, because you guys have all, you know, come, you know, you're some of our furthest traveling competitors, excluding, you know, Hong Kong and Jersey, both of which we have. So this is a very, you know, all of the teams we've got with us for this round have travelled a long way. But, you know, you're all countrymen in Scotland. You've got that in common. But in a way, they're some of your closest competitors as well, fighting for that World Finals position.
How long was the drive?
Well, it took us quite a while because we stopped quite a few times. But actually driving was like 4 hours or something. Maybe about 5. There was quite a lot of traffic, but yeah.
But now, how would we pronounce this here? It's a Highland
cow.
Because you see, this is exactly it. So can you just explain the phonic situation? Because I say even for a Scot it'd be Highland cow, but apparently it's a Highland
coo.
And why is this?
I don't know. It's just a Highland coo. It's just that's what it is.
Well,
yeah, he's got better pronunciation.
Behave yourself, sir. There's controversy in the offing here. So there is a belief that the phonic is C-O-O sounding, so a coo rather than a co. But
depends where you're from.
So what part of Scotland would say co?
Oh, I don't know.
Everywhere.
Well, normally we'd say Kerry, but you know, Coo is like northern, and Ben Nevis is northern.
Interesting. But see, my granny would have said Co, and she was from Thurso in the very north of Scotland. But what would you say?
Coo here.
So it's coup. There might be a coup, as there might be a takeover. More of a converted it, circumvented it. Let's get back to the racing. Is it a coup? Is it a cow? We're going to find out at the end of play tonight. There was damage again.
Very unfortunate. I think we might need a replay there to see exactly what happened. But Vanguard Racing, once again, a super strong reaction time. This isn't the first time they've been first out of the box. And Pegasus, their challenge for P1, very much alive with a time of 1.285, the fastest track time in that race.
So we couldn't see damage. It didn't fly out of the track, I don't think. But there we go.
That caliber front wing again. But I think that must be very easy for them to fix. I might even see a magnet on the end there. The team is nodding behind me. Anyway, I want to draw your attention very quickly.
Please.
In that replay, your feather boa, it was beautiful. You could see it in slow motion flying through the air as you watched that race.
It's just my normal get-up, this. My normal get-up.
And as we were asking Nevis Racing about, you know, whether with the other Scottish teams it was more friendly or more competitive, we did have the camera on Mr. Marshall in his kilt out in the audience. And, you know, he's wearing the Vega Racing jacket, but he's here supporting Nevis Racing on track, which you love to see. They're his too, I learn. Wow.
And same school. We go to the same school. We travel on the bus with Vega. We love Vega.
And I found out what Mr. Marshall's first name is. It's Mr.
It's actually Dave.
Oh, you know when you find out a teacher's first name, it's unbelievable. That never gets old. One of them was called Adrian in my school. I couldn't believe it. Adrian. Unbelievable. Right, back to the racing. Rodney was another one. That lane 4 is where some of the action has been today.
Absolutely, a 1.238 for Pegasus there. It isn't their fastest time, but it is very strong. Their average will be one of the best, I think.
It really will be. I don't know if they've ever put in a bad reaction in terms of their driving. It's been superb start to finish. So every element of what they've done has been so consistent.
Exactly. It hasn't been the fastest, but it's been there or thereabouts every time. Let's just grab a very quick word with Vanguard Racing, all the way from Jersey, and with that fastest reaction time in, I think it might have been all 4 of the races then. It was definitely 3. 3 of the 4 races there that their driver got the fastest reaction time. How does he do it?
Drinks lots of coffee. And I practice a lot.
Now, what's your grip choice? Do you go one hand or two hand? Two hand, and is that a double thumb? Do you go both? Now this is interesting. Can I just ask why? Could you just explain that on Lawrence's mic? Why you go for the double thumb? Because it's quite a controversial choice, but it works for you.
Yeah, it does. I feel like you can't accidentally slip off of it, or like you'll definitely hit it.
Have you had a single false start?
I have. I did yesterday.
Okay, well you've recovered today. I was just curious because actually, and what do you remember what number race it was that your false start was?
Yeah, I think it was number 3.
Okay, because I wonder the pressure you'd feel after if it's the first race.
Yeah.
Almost you feel like the nightmare's actually taking place.
I locked back in.
Absolutely right. Well, they've done the business, Lawrence.
Absolutely. Completely delivered on track today. Now, that is that round of racing done. So we're very sadly going to have to say goodbye to these teams, but thank you all. Oh, I don't want to say goodbye to Nevis Racing. That feather boa suits you so much, Radzi.
It's sadly all good things must come to an end. That's what I've been told. But guys, give yourselves a round of applause. And if you'd like to make your way to the right-hand side, would you like me to? I'll take a pic. I'll put it on Instagram.
Yes.
I'll put it on
Yes,
stories.
please. Oh, I have my phone with me. Thank God.
We have a picture. Or will you put it on stories?
I can tag you in it.
I'll repost or whatever.
Absolutely phenomenal.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Take care, guys. That is one of the best puns. I must say this. I mean, Radzi.
Yes.
I've beaten you on the acronyms, but you've beaten me hands down on the puns. But I think Caliber have both of us. Some great names for mascots. And this is the Caliber Caliber.
Yes. That's like a Greek pun. Calibera. Calimera. Caliber. No, dude, high five. Yes, Austin, like your star, my friend.
Nice.
Caliber. Yeah, that is Caliber. And especially if he said it with a Scottish phonic. That unbelievable Caliber. Sort of works. Yeah, my pleasure.
Please.
I'm always here for everything. Right, what do you have to shout? Caliber. 1, 2, 3.
Caliber.
There you go.
Thank you.
Right, guys, well done.
My pleasure. Well done, guys.
So, as we say goodbye to, I'm forgetting their team name now, Caliber, we do have 4 more teams ready to take up their places. We have Saturn 6, Ceres Racing, Team Velox, and EcoMotion. Come and take your places in the starting boxes.
Thank you. I don't know what mine's gone. Thank you very much.
I'll find you it.
Thank you.
Now we have the cars ready on that start line, so if we could have the driver's trackside ready to go.
So the great news is here, Lawrence, we have Ceres Racing, and Ceres are one of those teams inside that top 10, painfully close to the top spot.
Absolutely. We also have our second team from Jersey here in this round. Got to remember, the first ever year that we've had teams from Jersey in the UK national finals, and there will be a little bit of inter-Jersey rivalry, let's say, as Saturn 6 is just a 1/10 of a second further back than Team Velox on the leaderboard.
The IJR is off the charts. The old Jersey rivalry. And then the arms are folded again, full security formation. I'm liking this. And by the way, just to say, some of the tashes we've got here, blimey, I didn't have those tashes at 30 years of age. It's unbelievable.
I think I'm never going to be able to grow one of those tashes,
Correct.
Radzi. However...
Like Poirot.
Indeed. Very investigative. Let's investigate how these teams will do in race number 1.
That was very close across the boards. And by the way, even the Pegasus driver looks serious. When he's not driving, he can be found on many a nightclub front door, ejecting future custom. Look out across the board. 1, 2, 3, 4.
My, we've got the 3 teams there split in overall time by less than 200ths of a second. That is incredible. Unfortunately, it did look like in that race we saw our second jump start, I think, of the day, that being Saturn 6. So that race wasn't the one where they were going to keep that IJR inter-Jersey rivalry up, but they will have one more chance any second.
Yes. Velox and security, he's always ready. The pectorals are always contracted.
Canisters come out of the fridge at that perfect temperature, all identical as they have been for the 2 days of competition,
lads,
going into the back of the cars.
What were you up to last night, lads?
Oh, was back at the clubs, you know, guarding the doors. We've lost a member, he's down, he got beat up yesterday, so we're just a team of 5 now. We've got the driver there already. So we're a member down, which isn't the most fortunate, but it's all right, we'll bring the security here.
I am worried about the hands because I'm seeing a lot of bruised knuckles here. Could it affect the driving? We don't know. We don't know. I doubt it. Like I said, the tash is like Nigel Mansell in the mid-90s. Went for a more contemporary example of a tash. We're ready. Let's head down to the track. Blimey, yes.
A clean sweep for Ceres Racing with the fastest reaction 0.147, the fastest track time 1.220, and I do think that will take them up the leaderboard. They were the back end of those teams that we thought could be in contention for the fastest car, and they will jump from 10th to 6th on the board. Wow.
Look at the driver, look how happy he is. Yes, cannot wipe the smile off his face.
You love to see that. You know, you come in with such expectations, you do all of the practicing, you know what you can do, and he has delivered. That is fantastic.
From P10 to P6, huge jump.
As we switch over, the cars will get a little bit of a bigger break between
Breathe it
races
in.
2 and 3.
Drink it in, my friend Joshua.
I think we should walk over and have a word with Joshua. So you looked very happy then. That was a fantastic reaction time. Just what do you do to practice, and, you know, can you go better, do you think?
I definitely think I can go better. To be honest, I don't actually use anything, no caffeine, no energy drinks. I just get a good night's sleep. Lots of practice, I guess. That's just how my body functions, really. So.
There isn't any tricks, nothing that you can drink, no caffeine. It is just practice and hard work, and so great to see that paying off for you. Well done. A very fast car as well, putting you guys in contention.
Yes, Joshua. Ceres now very much in the hunt for that P1 spot. And if they stay at P6, what a performance that's been regardless for them. And then a reminder is then followed in terms of this group with Velox, Ecomotion, and then Saturn 6. Yes, Saturn 6, again, half a decent performance from them, and they could move up a number of positions.
Absolutely. So now we're with the rest of the team at Ceres Racing. They've got their branded beach balls, feeling very tropical over here. Now, one of the things I've asked other teams, as they've, you know, we're nearly finished with the racing. If you were to either progress to the next level or come back next year, what is something that you might look to improve on your car?
I think for that, the sort of front wing and the floor, we could sort of channel the air out of the side pods in the floor, and that would maybe help it get around the rear wheels better.
So is that a different concept to the one that you've currently got on your car?
Yeah, so at the moment, our side pods are hollowed out on the floor, but instead of hollowing it out, we could use that space effectively to channel the airflow. It would also help cut the weight down, because I've heard rumors that next year the weight will be 48 grams.
I understand that has actually been officially announced. We're going to see track times drop and drop with, yes, a new 48-gram weight limit. You know, it's tough for the teams to make 50. A lot of work going on. You know, you said you hollowed out your side pods. Lots of lightweighting going on. 48 grams will be a challenge.
And if I were to ask a very technical question, why did you choose the beach ball?
They're very fun. If you can see around the room, so many people have been playing with them. We thought it's unique and it's fun. It's a good way to just enjoy the competition.
We like it. The only thing is, Lawrence, they've really been affected by the cost of living crisis. Beach balls, they've gone up with inflation.
That was a good one, Radzi. Very
Political.
good.
And relevant, given the announcement from Rachel yesterday. Didn't say which Rachel, just mentioned it. Flirting with the news and current affairs, but not revealing which side of the fence we're on. So perfectly balanced. I'm a fan of the beach ball, by the way. Big fan of the beach balls. The thumb is up. We are ready to go. Let's go racing. My goodness, again. Again. Now, the question is 2-4-2. So, from a consistency perspective, Ceres really showing us how it's done.
Absolutely, you know, it's a different lane. That means it's a different car, and the car time coming in within 0.02 of a second. That means that's a really, really well-built car for two different units to perform so similarly. Very impressive there. But Saturn 6 actually getting the fastest reaction in that last race.
And Saturn 6, that was 1.420. And that is their fastest. And they are now very, very close to Loop, who are 13 thousandths above them. So if they can do another performance like that, they can move up themselves.
Absolutely. And now we're seeing on that leaderboard, we have a checkered flag next to the teams that have finished racing, just making it a bit easier for us to see who might be able to improve and who has used all of their chances.
So then a huge opportunity for Saturn, because 4 of the 5 teams directly above them have had their final go. This is their final go. Can they make it count? In the Air Force Ones, by the way, that we're a big fan of.
All 4 cars making it across the line, no breakages, and we heard, oh my God. Ceres Racing, they have jumped up the leaderboard from 6th to 2nd. Wow. You can see scenes of elation behind us. And we're getting a replay. Watch their car streak ahead. Very impressive.
Joshua, we're going to ask you to do this. You've got to now try and put into words what your team has just managed to achieve there. P2.
I'm in total shock, but I have to give credit to the engineers. They made the car. I'm just racing it. Sponsors or Amiga Technology, Bennett's, Bugatti Trust, we're also thankful. I'm just losing my words, sorry. Yeah, I'm totally shocked.
But you're losing your words because you're absolutely pumped, aren't you?
Yeah, 100%. Last year when I came to Nationals, I false started and that really crushed my confidence. But to come here and play second on the leaderboard, it's just a dream come true. So, yeah.
The best thing about your reaction is you get 2 reactions. You get the yes, followed by the try not to do too much.
Yeah, definitely.
And just a word for your teachers as well.
Yeah, Miss Hall and Mr. Baldwin have been amazing help. The DT department back at school. Yeah, the school's just been amazing to let us participate in the competition. We're so grateful.
Well, we're grateful for your performance, guys. Massive, massive congratulations for you. And we've just got to give a shout out to the guys at the end here. Because, first of all, how do we assess how it went?
Went quite well. Thanks to the engineering team for making such a great car.
Now, okay, so it went quite well, but let's be totally honest. The coolest thing about you guys, what is it?
The lime and the glasses.
Absolutely right, the glasses, and they're flashing. We're all flashing together.
Indeed, we are.
We should have given a warning to any epileptics watching around the country and around the world, but fingers crossed they'll be fine, and it's worth it when you look that flipping cool.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, $7.99 on Amazon.
It's unbelievable that. $7.99. I'm getting myself a pair.
Absolutely. Just make sure you're not around anyone with epilepsy. Anyway, before we say goodbye to these teams, I'm down with Saturn 6. They've come so far from Jersey. Their first time at a UK national finals, and I love to see them representing. Are you guys going to come back next year?
Well, it's year 13 next year. I mean, we'll try, but it's going to be difficult with exams.
Absolutely.
Exams don't matter, guys. Forget about exams.
The biggest test is the one we just saw on the racetrack. Anyway, you know, the teams from Jersey have had some rapid reaction times. The cars may be a bit slower, but completely understandable. Your first time with all of these teams here. What have you got your eye on? Are there any ideas you've got for next year?
Yeah, I think like slimming down those side pods. I think our side pods a little bit big, some wheel caps. I think just timing and deadlines. I think we're a bit last minute on putting our car together. We had our car together on Tuesday. So yeah,
Tuesday.
Yeah, we're putting it together in the hotel. So I think if we do it again next time, I think we'll do everything a little bit sooner.
Do it on Monday.
Yeah, we'll do it Monday.
Do it on Monday.
Yeah.
And just finally, lads, what should we know about Jersey? Because it's one of those places where I might know about good quality cream, perhaps. What else should we know about Jersey?
It's a nice little island with good beaches. You know, you should come one day maybe.
Okay, so if I come, what do I need to do? What should I experience?
Oh, you should go to St. Brellard's, Elizabeth Castle, and maybe Le Hugby. Those are the 3. Yeah.
The triumvirate in Jersey. It's happening. It's happening, Lawrence. Well, guys, brilliant performance. Genuinely dramatic racing, especially for Ceres Racing, ending in P2. Give yourselves a round of applause. Now, and if you'd like to make your way over to the right-hand side here, the Crypt School, absolutely smashing it out of the park.
We have had 16 of 31 teams now. We're past the halfway point of professional class racing for the UK National Finals here on our final day on Thursday.
Yes.
We will be taking a 5-minute break and then we'll be back with round 5.
Yeah, I think they gon' need a minute. Shot and got them people back up in their feelings. When they told me I was finished, bottom of the inning, nothing out the building. Yeah, now Victor co-defendant, even Nike witness. We the next to kill it, show them the king how they living. Pictures so good, but not looking for business. They be stepping in from the back door. If they see you independent, then they pop jokes. That fear to the blows, boy James Burke. Side stepping on the shade, see the footwork. I'm trying to be about this business, but still they want me in the kitchen with the bacon soda whipping. The thought of Lewis so offensive. Cause my guy, he gave his body just to pull me out the trenches. Hold up, wait. If I never see $1 million or the recognition, but I see the finish. Look, they're the greatest when they losing. Gotta keep on shooting even when you're missing. Yeah, now focus on the past while living for the day was never recommended. Rapping VA to independent. His kingdom can never be bought cause it's given and I live that. Yeah.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. Exhausted, this passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it.
I had to switch up the flow, show you the way that it go. God is good, but this life is hard. But it gets better when you grind it smart. I'm just really trying to leave a mark. We tired of being who they say we are. That's the baton, we gon' take it far. Always be real, we don't fake it all. Tired of 9 to 5, just making nothing survive. Only living on the weekends. You really thinking that's why I'm alive? Busting out the scenes, time to live my dreams, do the things deep inside of me. This life it continues with fighting me, but I don't have quitting inside of me. I will not jump in these boxes they throwing me. Talking to God and there's so much he's showing me, shaping me, growing me, taking me sowing seeds. A growing tree, y'all get a load of me. Yeah, don't let them slow on me. I get the bag like a grocery. I'm on my grind like I'm supposed to be, and I do not care if you notice me. Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. Exhausted, this passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it. This isn't a robbery, hands in the sky if you got a dream. Learn nothing was blocking me. I was the problem, the only one stopping me. I didn't like it, I had to refocus. Now I'm devoted, I know where I'm going. Controlling emotions, I'm owning the moment. In order to get it, see, you gotta want it. This type of flow make a living break. Confessions over these 808s. Don't sleep on the key, better stay away. I mean, for heaven's sake, I'ma be the best. Came from the endless, I ain't with the games, bitch with the chest. Be beating on my chest, trying to get my rest. Watch me while I flex. Every win is a blessing, and every L is a lesson. So when I run into rejection, I know it's only redirection. I see the blessings right beside me. The chances of quitting are likely. I do it like I'm in my Nikes. Don't make excuses, they never excite me. Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. Exhausted, this passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it.
As Richard Mayley would say, welcome back. We are here. It is F1 in schools. It is the national finals. We've had a number of teams now have completed their 8 races. To be precise, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, about, I'm going to go 12 have completed the set for themselves. But as for the top one, Aberdeen, they are yet to go again. P5, P6, P8, P10 still to go for their second run. So could we see someone break the top?
Absolutely. Well, we have seen 16 cars so far, not 12, but it was a good guess. And we do have 15 left to go. And let's welcome the next 4 of those to the stage. Right now, we have Impetus from Kingswood School, DSMC Speed Silver from Upper Wharfdale School, Velocitine Racing from the Royal Grammar School, and Vega Racing by ASAM from Linlithgow Academy.
Good bit of support here.
Absolutely. And immediately with Vega Racing, I was talking to them in the break, Radzi, and they told me they'd like to shout out their teacher because she's not able to be here right now because she's giving birth. Wow. The only thing that would stop her being at F1 in schools.
I would be here. I would be here.
You'd be here?
Yeah, I'd be here. Poor excuse as far as I'm concerned.
Well, we were talking about names, and I think Vega would be good, but also I suggested Radzi. I think that's very in at the moment.
So it's a very common name, actually. Yeah, you can't move for Radzis these days. Just very quickly, can we have a little round of applause? Because yesterday was Lucy's 18th birthday. Yes, Lucy. Yes. Made it in the regionals. Kirsty on Saturday. Is it Kirsty, how old are you going to be on Saturday?
18.
18. What are you doing for your 18th on Saturday?
I'm not sure yet.
Is it going to be what? It's going to be a surprise potentially.
Maybe, yeah. We'll see.
Have we learnt to drive yet? Are we learning?
Can drive, yeah.
Got your license?
Yeah,
Very nice. Have you got a car?
I do.
What do you drive?
Toyota Aygo.
Nice choice. I didn't get one till I was 25. Had to drive my mum's, and I didn't drive it very much. But thankfully, the cars we're focusing on are the 4 that are here. So if our drivers would step forward into the lanes, into the appropriate lanes. And here we have some West Ham fans that are all blowing bubbles. For any football fans out there, yep, connect it. So they're going to take their triggers of destiny. Now let's remind ourselves that Vega Racing are P6 currently, 8 thousandths behind P5. It is as close as you can imagine. Nothing but a flare of a nostril separating the top teams. And then we also have DSMC, 2 places behind them, Velocitine. 3 places behind them, Impetus.
And we're seeing some adjustments at the start gate happening for Impetus. When we catch up with them later, we'll find out what that was all about. But for now, we're ready to go racing. Race number 1 of round 5.
Bosch, lane 3 and 4, very, very tight on the line.
Absolutely, but Vega Racing getting that fastest track time, 1.246. That is not their fastest time overall, but a very solid addition to their portfolio of times. But with the finish, making it to the line first, we had Velocitine with 1.419.
Yep, Velocitine, aka the Geordies, aka the Northeast, aka the Toon. How did we assess that performance?
Yeah, we were a little bit disappointed yesterday. We think that the bearings need a little bit of time to warm up, but today we're really happy with that. So yeah.
So the bearings have warmed up?
Yeah, hopefully. Looks like it.
Lubrication results in times, it turns out, Lawrence.
Absolutely. A well-known feature in F1 in schools with, teams choosing materials that self-lubricate, perhaps even for their wheels. But yes, lubrication, want to keep everything running smoothly. Just as today's show is, we've got Reese ready to press the button. In a moment, we will be going racing.
Again, 3 and 4 is where the action is. Velocitine moving themselves
and
up.
Vega Racing, again fastest car time, not fastest overall, but they match their fastest time. 1.219, they have now achieved that time twice. How impressive.
That is absolutely superb. And Velocitine have moved up from what I think was circa P18 to P8. I think whatever it is you've done to those bearings, it has worked.
Yep, certainly. We just keep getting quicker and quicker every go, so hopefully that's a trend that's going to keep continuing.
I can see you want to jump in with some information, sir. What's causing this?
As our team principal said, we were a bit disappointed yesterday with the slower times, but it's been great to see them sort of speeding up today. Bearings have sort of set in now. It's looking good,
And P8, could we see you encroach even higher?
Yeah, already today, I think we've gone P24 to P8, so keep continuing at that rate, who knows?
That is filthy, by the way.
Got it.
P24 to P8. Unbelievable.
Absolutely. With 2 races to go, nothing is off the cards for these guys.
That is frightening.
Indeed. And behind us, we can see some bubbles being blown. I was wondering what was descending around me. Anyway, behind me, we have Speed Silver. And with these guys, I want to talk about something that, gets a bit neglected, but plays such a massive part in the performance of these cars on track. We talk about the aerodynamics, we talk about the weight, but not so often do we talk about the manufacturing. And I'm going to take the microphone over to Lucy, the team's design engineer, to tell us what they've done on their car's design.
So in the 2024 regionals, we accidentally put the rear wheel systems on back to front. So we broke the regulation and we weren't able to win fastest car. So instead, this year, we've got asymmetric connections. So it is basically impossible to put the rear wheel system on back to front. So it's just improving the manufacture and assembly process.
And that is something that we actually think about at Williams' F1 team. It's a concept, I've heard it called poka-yoke. It's a Japanese thing. And it's, eliminating human error by meaning things can only be assembled one way. A really great way to, just that user-friendliness. If a team member was ill, someone else could have built it.
What was it called, sorry?
Poka-yoke.
That sounds like the feng shui to go to me. So again, that's all I've got. I keep trying. Eventually, we're going to crack a smile. Eventually, it's going to happen. So we are now nanoseconds away from getting the third race underway. The drivers are ready. And again, I wish you could see Reese's trainers. He's got Air Max 90s, white on white, not so much as a blemish on them. He's worn them for the last 25 years and not so much as a blemish on them. Wonderful work.
Very impressive. Anyway, behind us we have, not Velocitime, we have Impetus. And
Yes.
at the start of this round, we said, we saw them adjusting their car on track, and we said we were going to catch up, find out what all of that was about. So are you able to give us an update?
I'm probably not the best person to ask because he's designed the car. But we've adjusted, so the wheels got pushed in packaging when we shipped it over here, and when they were on the track, as soon as they started moving, they would spin slightly and just stop. So it's like it was ice skating down the track. So now we pulled them back out, so they should actually rotate. So hopefully we'll have a better speed this time.
And how was it with Mum and Dad being here yesterday?
Very busy, very exciting, slightly embarrassing with the whole singing, but I'm very glad they came along.
And did you go out for a meal last night?
Yes, we did. And I've also got to say a very big thank you to our technician, Mr. Smith, because he is at home, not at home, at school, watching and supporting us now, sat in
Yes,
DT.
Mr. Smith. DT, what DT department is he? Was it graphic products? Is it, because back in my day, it was things like we had resistant materials, graphic products. I can't think of the other two.
Oh, it was design, technology and engineering.
There we are, DT and E.
Our teacher's over there, waving.
And what's the teacher's name?
That's Mr. Castreek.
Mr. Castreek. That's a name, by the way.
Wearing a very vibrant shirt.
Yes.
Love that.
It's the Hawaiian shirt is looking good. And how did we assess our performance yesterday?
Well, I think it was not quite the standard we had at regionals with a 1.17 time, so we've had to make some small change to the car. We couldn't actually test them because we only had a week between regionals and nationals, so we just had to hope it was the best. But we'll see how it is today.
So 1.17 in regionals, what's the difference between then and now, do you think?
I think we are all sort of assessing the car's performance, but it's important to consider there are lots of other factors in this competition as well, such as the verbal presentation, the judging. And I think ignoring what's on the track, I think we've done really well, so we should also focus on the positives.
Well said.
So, as we said, ignoring what's on track, what you do see around the world on the live stream is the racing, but it's not just all about the racing here at F1 in Schools. It is only a fraction of the total points that will decide the overall standings. We have the pit display, the enterprise portfolio, design portfolio, verbal presentation.
Scrutineering.
Scrutineering, very important that your car isn't just fast, but legal. Yesterday, the teams had all of their interviews, their verbal presentation. Today, they get a chance to get a bit of feedback. Our judges, they come all across the country, all across the world. They're all experts in their field. And today is where, I don't think any team, even the team that we'll later see crowned as our national champions, isn't perfect across the board. So today is their opportunity to find out, whether they're progressing to a world finals or coming back for another shot at nationals next year, where they can improve. So I was going to ask Impetus, what is the best piece of advice you've received so far today from one of the judges? Could be any area of the competition.
Definitely watch how you express yourself, as in make sure you're passionate, you're bubbly, and make sure you're showing that you really want to be here.
And you really are bubbly.
Oh, thank you.
Well, because you got the bubbles. There we are. I was told never to start a bubble business. It's just a load of hot air. No, that's all I got. That's all I got. I'm sorry. Oh, go
Do you
on.
have a spare?
We have, this is our spare. I'm really sorry we don't have two.
On my hair, it would have struggled, whereas on Lawrence's hair, beautiful.
It's probably best I do cover my hair up anyway. It's not quite as fantastic as Radz's.
Too much effort, I tell you.
What a great hat. Really cool. Thank you, guys.
There he goes. Look at that. Look at that. He's now streamlined.
Exactly.
Like a silverfish.
Aerodynamic.
Silverfish, not a nice little insect, those things, when they sort of slither along on the floor. A sign of damp, apparently.
Indeed, but there's no damp here.
No damp. Oh, no, I've got nothing. I've got no damp-based puns.
The only silver here are silver speed and those silver gas canisters in the back of the cars.
perhaps a silverfish could be a stamp of authority. No, it doesn't work. Stamp. Wait. Do you remember Stamper in James Bond? He was an excellent foe. Right, race 3. Look at the concentration here. One hand behind the back for Velocitine. Now that reaction from Velocitine, 0.181, I was curious, the one hand behind the back worked. The fastest reaction time was Speed Silver, but the first across the line, 1.296 Velocitine. So not threatening for the top times, but I wonder if any teams have actually moved up. That is the thing I'm going to be keeping an eye out for, because every place counts.
I think this next race, Radzi, the fourth and final race of this round, will be the one to look for the Velocitine car. So they alternate race by race, their A and their B car, and it was the last round, race 2, where we saw them fly up the leaderboard to P8. That car will get its last chance in the next race.
And should we have a quick chat with the silver guys? Can you just remind us of who your mascot is?
This is Ocean. She's our bear. She's representing our sponsors, DSMC and Aqua, who work around water. She's keeping control of our health and safety.
And it's definitely a she, not a he, Ocean.
It is a she, yes.
We'll be sure to give her a wave, because she's Ocean. No. Yes, dude, we got there. Go on. We got there. We got there. High five, yes. Now, let's talk about team camaraderie. What does it mean to be part of this very cool team, by the way?
What? Well...
Or your team. How old are you, by the way?
I'm 12.
So you're one of the youngest, actually, one of the youngest people I've seen so far. So what an experience for you. Would you be year 8?
Yeah, I'm in year 8, yeah.
The year I did absolutely no work, by the way, in school. It's a great year. But you're here. How did you get selected?
Well, in school we did this thing called the Race to Line competition, which is where we build our own car out of a styrofoam block. And then we race them. And Lucy liked our design, so she decided to take us into the team.
Ah, so it was up to yourself.
I was helping judge the competition because I was part of F1 at schools at the time. So
that is really cool. And how about yourself? How old are you, mate?
I'm 13 and I joined the same way.
And what does it mean to be part of this team?
Well, I find it quite important to be part of this team because we're we're the only team at my school because it's a really small school as well.
That's brilliant. The thumb has gone up. I've missed the thumb. We're not going to miss it again. It's time to go racing for the final time. Big opportunity. Let's do that straight away, or we just shout.
And Vega Racing deliver a 1.243. That is the fastest car time of that race, but it does not beat their best. Velocitine again on the reactions under the magic 0.15 number, but a team with neither the fastest reaction or the fastest track time won that race. That would be DSMC Speed Silver, who we were just talking to, and jump up on the leaderboard.
Yes, they
P16.
do. Absolutely right. And talking about Silver, you'd like to give a little shout out. Who's it to?
Shout out to Upper Wharfdale.
Absolutely, Upper Wharfdale. How big is your school?
Very small. 360 people in it.
So you don't have a season, so that's 5 years, 360, so about 70 in the year, per year.
Yeah.
I like it, guys. Whatever you do, it clearly works. Well done there. Is there anyone we haven't spoken to? I guess, Lawrence, at the very end here, we should just grab a quick word. We spoke about birthdays, but we didn't speak about performances. How's your experience here been so far?
I mean, it's been absolutely amazing. It's the 3rd time we've competed. We were actually judging here last year, so it was a little bit weird coming back as a team. But we've really enjoyed it. It's been a great experience, as always.
And we can see smiles on the faces. Clearly, you've liked it.
I have enjoyed it. I mean, racing's a bit intense, but it is what it is.
The racing is great, isn't it? It's very intense.
Absolutely, it's keeping on our toes. And very interesting to hear that these guys have gone poacher to gamekeeper and back to poacher again now they've learned all the tricks. Well, we'll find out how they do later. Thank you very much, guys.
And just very quickly, so we speak to everyone, anyone you would like to shout out?
Our sponsors, Alan Steele Asset Management and Ravi's, who took us down here today.
Yes, and yourself, any teachers you'd like to mention?
Mr. Marshall, who is
somewhere around here, standing over there in the kilt.
Legend of a man.
And Mrs. Stamp, who's currently very pregnant and couldn't be here, but thank you to her.
Well, hopefully you guys can deliver a great performance tonight when it comes to the awards.
That was a good one, Radzi.
Thank you. Well, guys, give yourselves a round of applause. And if you'd like to exit over to the right-hand side and exit the little racing bar.
Guys, do we know who would there be anyone at marathon in Ulmer?
Yeah. I'll do it. Let me just help set the first race. I'll do it for you.
Look, that's great. Thank you, mate. Thank you, mate. Thank you. All good. Thank you, mate. So it is time for 4 more teams to step up to the proverbial plate. Once again, if you would favour the wall, that would be fantastic. So we'll please welcome back the Moguls, the Ventadors, the Devils, and the leaders in P1. Can they beat themselves, Aberdeen? All 4 teams, come on down. Yes, please, the Moguls. Yes, please, the Venturus. Yes, please, the Daredevils. And yes, please, Aberdeen.
Now, I've learned that Formula Aberdeen Racing, they're not just fast on our F1 in schools track. So around the venue here at Magna Science and Adventure Centre, we have some displays. So we've got a Denford stand, we've got Matrix with their really cool wind tunnel, we've got Autodesk Ansys, but we also have a group of people called STEM on Track, bringing go-karts. And they have a competition where you change the wheels on the go-karts as fast as you can. And I learned that Formula Aberdeen Racing, they are the fastest people to change all 4 wheels on that go-kart of anyone, beating the Red Arrows, no less.
Wow.
Isn't that incredible?
That is incredible. Not as incredible as you speaking whilst taking a photo at the same time. That was very good.
I'm surprising even myself there. I didn't think I could multitask.
We hope there wasn't too much silhouettage because of the lights being behind us. So we can do that. Was it all good? You were happy. Okay. And out of interest, thank you very much. We'll take these. So when we woke up this morning and we put on the suits, given how hot we were in them yesterday, did they have a little pongette to them this morning?
Mine didn't. I was okay, but half the time I had it pulled down because I have a t-shirt underneath, so it was okay.
I'm thinking perhaps more the lads at the back. What was the pong situation like?
Oh, sorry, can you repeat?
Did it stink this morning because you were sweating?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, thank honesty. That's what we want, honesty. And yourself, dude?
Not that much, no.
Good, not that much. Not that much.
A little bit.
Do you remember Links Africa, thing of the past now, with the drivers
They're all dressed as drivers, so I don't know who it is, but whoever your driver is, if you could make your way to the racetrack, it's our honest gentleman on the Pong side.
Although his attitude doesn't stink.
No, fantastic attitude in the team.
Great attitude, that guy. The thumb is up. Will they fire out like... Lanes 3 and 4. Oh, we did have a slight issue with lanes 1 and 2. We'll find out exactly what happened there very shortly and bring you bang up to date. Both times from 3 and 4, inside 1.3. Daredevils. Is that where they started?
Just having a look there to see if these teams have set any personal best times yet, and I think while setting excellent times for Daredevil Racing and Formula Aberdeen, they do not better their best so far.
And actually, a very good time for the Daredevils. That's 13 thousandths outside of their best. Possibly bodes well for the next 3 races for them. Clearly, the last night's perspiration might have helped lubricate those wheels.
Absolutely. So And this is the last thing that you want to see. Daredevil, who we're with now, a massive intake of breath, seeing that having crossed the finish line, there are only 3 wheels on their wagon. Now, I'm pretty sure that did happen after the finish line, so their time, that excellent time we were just talking about, will still count. And after this second race, they'll have 2.5 minutes to fix that car, ready for race number 3.
Okay, now, but you looked actually okay about that.
I think it's just it popped out.
It could be worse.
It could have fallen apart. So
And that has happened.
it could have like smashed. So
And it didn't smash. So things could be worse, is the attitude. I like it. And it's the nature of being daredevils, that sometimes it's risk-reward. You've got to roll the dice of destiny.
Absolutely. And we can see the cars, they're on the grid, ready for that second race perhaps. But maybe we'll get an update on what happened in the first. We didn't see times from those teams in lanes 3 and lanes 4, although we did clearly watch them cross the finish line.
But we've got to avert our gaze to Team Aberdeen. I mean, guys, we're P1. We are living the dream right now. How well did you guys sleep last night?
It's way better than the night before. Yes. We were preparing for our verbal presentations until like 1 o'clock.
Till 4 o'clock in the morning?
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. Okay, not so bad. What hotel were we in?
The Travel Lodge.
The Travel Lodge, which is my least of the favourite budget options, because I feel, why would a designer of an interior go for mustard? That's, of all the options, they've gone and a sachet of shampoo you get. Not enough to do anything, but it's obviously worked for you guys, because we're here and we're winning. How happy were you with that 1187, and can it be beaten?
We were very happy. We're hoping it can be beaten, but we are not sure. But we are very happy with our time.
Well, they're about to have one more chance to beat that time. Race number 2.
And Reese's thumbs up means he loves a Travel Lodge.
A 1.210 for Daredevil Racing. That will send them shooting up the leaderboard into a joint. Wow, only joint with themselves there, I see. P4. Wow.
Let's get a reaction, girls. That was absolutely superb.
Yesterday something happened with that car where it was like, that one's going to be slower. But no, clearly not.
Clearly we fixed it. Yeah, we're just so shocked. I mean, yeah.
Gone from a damaged car and thinking concerned, but things could be worse, to now things couldn't be any better. What do you...
We could be at the top.
Behave yourself. You could be at the top, but you could also be out of the game with a broken car.
Yeah.
I mean, absolutely wonderful. That, really has.
Yeah, from 11th, I think.
Yeah, we went
So from P11 to P4.
Really impressive to see.
Game changing.
And you still have a quarter of your racing to go. In 2 races' time, that car will go again. And maybe it can climb even higher on that leaderboard.
And lads, can we just get a little bit into sort of performance here? Doesn't seem like we're quite as quick as yesterday. Could we still encroach on that time, do we think?
We really hope so.
Yeah, we're thinking the bearings just need the time to warm up, because yesterday our B car was faster on the second race than it was in the first by about 0.2 seconds. So yeah, I think we got a 1.5 and a 1.299. So it's good to see the improvement.
Well, that's very exciting then. So 2 tenths potentially between first and second runs. So we are feeling confident.
Absolutely.
And obviously, we've got an amazing hair concoction here. How do you keep that hair looking so shiny, sir?
I wash it every few days.
I wasn't sure if you were born with it.
Yeah, absolutely.
and with your curls, are they kept with a mousse, or is it just au naturel?
Mostly natural. It's just a little bit of product after a shower. No real styling. I've had every hairdresser complain that my hair's too thick, though. Every single hairdresser I've ever had.
They need to step their game up, because, look at this. Look at this thing of beauty.
Well, we've talked about the aerodynamics, but let's get a word on the aerodynamics, because we've got to remember these guys are the top of the leaderboard with that fastest single time. Can you give us a little bit of a clue as to how your car was so fast?
I'll hand over to my
hopefully the wheels, we designed them to be very light with a low rotational inertia to get up to speed a lot quicker.
We think our constant angle of the car's body will somewhat help with the aero as well.
Absolutely, a nice low angle of attack. Very good.
Now, we currently see some repairs taking place. This is a little bit like Blue Peter with Anthea Turner. She has seconds by which to make the changes to the car. Hands shaking with anticipation, fear, desire, and want. And that looks like a little bit of spray glue.
So what that is, we actually use a two-part glue. I mean, we talked about it before with the repairs. You said, you know, how can that glue be set, dry, ready for the racing? So there's a liquid that's squeezed out of a tube. You put that on the area you'd like to bond together, hold it together, and then you have an activator. That's in the aerosol you see there, and it sets the two parts together.
So that sort of catalyzes the...
Absolutely, yes. And then it's dry instantly almost.
Thank you for that. That's a bit like in some of the James Bond films. Individual components, fine. Put them together, that's when the danger is.
Absolutely.
Got
the opposite intention here, and stopping danger on our racetrack.
Exactly, like a metaphor for life. Stick together. Were we happy with how quickly we made the arrangements and the mendings?
Yeah, I think that will be okay now.
It was only a small issue, just the wheel just came off, so we just had to put it back on.
And let's be honest, we don't really care, do we? Because we're P4.
Yeah, fair. We're Daredevil Racing, wow.
Daredevil Racing. Now, interestingly, the Daredevils, from a military perspective, are actually the Army skydiving team. Little fact for you.
Well, these guys, you look ready to skydive in their overalls.
Next time.
Wingsuits next time. Love that. Now, we're going to fly down the order here.
Yes.
And have a word with Venturus Competitive. How are you doing today, guys?
Oh, we're doing great. We're doing great. We had some good races today. Yeah, we're looking forward to this race now.
And so in your feedback sessions, going back to those a bit, have you received any good advice so far today?
Mostly just tweaking, to get the high marks and everything, but they said good overall, but just we need to put a bit more to achieve the high marks.
You love to hear that. So you've done really well across the board, and it's just that last %, those marginal gains. Nice. Well, let's see if you make a marginal gain on track. We're ready to race.
The strongest group we've seen so far, P1, P4, P6. Can we see another one? So we are waiting to find out what took place in lane 1 and indeed lane 2. As for the moguls, 1.299. That improves the moguls' best time. Won't improve their placing, but does improve their time, showing marginal gains. As for Venturus, hugely consistent, but we await 1 and 2, and let's remind ourselves, and one of those two teams is the team in P1. And look, by the way, P1, 4 and 6 all in this group.
Absolutely, it is a very fast group. But let's go and talk to our guys at Mogul who have just got their personal best time.
It's being rerun in 1 and 2. Now this is a nice bit of jeopardy. It's head-to-head action. It's mano a mano.
Absolutely, so it's that Daredevil car. We just watched it be repaired. It was obviously an excellent repair. The car has stood up to the fix, not broken again, and will race once more. We also have FAR getting one more attempt.
Now, we don't know if this is the really fast car for Aberdeen. If so, blink and you might miss this one. This could be special. Wasn't to be, we don't think, but 1.225 for Daredevils. Won't challenge their fastest time just because that was so ridiculously quick, but it is adding to their consistency. They've gone from a damaged car to P4, and a time which in of itself would put them P8 were it not for their best time. Brilliant work from the Daredevils.
Absolutely. So the cars are now being lined up. This will be their...
This, I believe, will be their fourth race.
Fourth and final race for this very, very fast group.
And the Aberdeen team are thinking about the Travelodge. All the gains they got from the sleep last night and the sachet, the free biscuits they had, the individually wrapped biscuit, could power them to glory here.
Absolutely. But we haven't talked to the moguls yet, so let's wander down and get a word from them. Hello. Good morning, guys. I heard something about bowling last night. No? Not in the end?
We didn't get a chance to, yeah.
Not a chance. Too knackered. A full day of F1 in schools competition, all of those project elements. So just Netflix and chill?
Yeah, we had a little bit of a chill time, yeah. Yeah, we played football.
Played football? Who won?
Yeah, just him.
So rather than 5 a side, you had 5 sides or something. This is single-player football. Very interesting. We're going to have to learn the rules for that later.
The big question for that team is, what's their favourite skiing event? This one for the Winter Olympians.
Always thinking. Always thinking.
Lane 3 was, we have an issue again, what appears to be in lanes 1 and 2. There could be another race off. Another opportunity for greatness.
But the moguls have improved massively. They just dipped below 1.3 last time with a 1.299, but now we're seeing a 1.230 on track from them. That takes them from P19 to joint 11th on the board.
Go on, the moguls. Yes.
We have some presents for you.
Oh, what's this? This is, thank you very much.
I see it's even badged as mogul honey.
I once got stung by a bee. 25 quid for a jar of honey. It's fine. It's fine. Thank you.
Which say mogul on them?
Is that 3D designs? Yeah, 3D printed even?
3D printed.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And I see there are some bees on the chain again. Yeah. I kind of forgot, but you guys are from Manchester.
And we have a little bit of your hair just there as well for as a final souvenir. And that's because these guys, bees in the track.
Yeah. You know
bees in the trap. Didn't.
Race like a mogul, sting like a bee.
Just say that again for us into the microphone.
You know what our motto is? Race like mogul, sting like a bee.
Love that.
Oh, now that is a reference to Muhammad Ali, by the way.
These guys.
Is good. A 1973 reference of Muhammad Ali versus George Foreman in Zaire in the Rumble in the Jungle. Could happen again with Anthony Joshua taking on Bacoli. Probably won't happen.
Fantastic. No bees in their bonnet. Now, it doesn't look like we're going to do any more reruns, so we are done with these teams very sadly. Thank you very much. Best of luck for the awards later. And enjoy
Also,
your rest of the competition.
Rest in peace, George Foreman only passed away last week. So very pertinent with your quote, sir. Very pertinent. Well done, lads. P19 to P11. Superb. Unbelievable work. And we've got a jar of honey. This is fantastic.
Absolutely. I mean,
yeah, thank you very much, ladies. Well done. Your work here is done. P4. You arrived with nothing, leaving with P4. And we're leaving with a B4 now.
Nah. Could have done with this last night, Radzi, you know. On day 3 here at the F1 in Schools National Finals, my throat's, you know, on its last legs, I've got to say, and this is the perfect thing.
Actually, I'm going to put that in my green tea right now.
Oh, great shout.
Great shout. Thank you, Tom.
But we have our 4 next teams ready to go. We have Hammerhead from the Haberdashers Boys School, Atomic from Robert Mays, Tori Veloci from St. Olaf's Grammar School, and TRF from the Turriff Academy. Make your way over, guys.
Okay, thank you. So, Lawrence, just to be clear, I mean, moguls, they anticipated our deteriorating vocal cords, so it's now going to go in to the green tea.
And the lights are out, and away it goes.
Oh, this is proper honey, by the way.
It's got some good viscosity, hasn't
it? Yeah, correct. The viscosity is absolutely second to none. Thank you very much, Tom. I'll go and put this back. Thank you, Team Moguls.
Fantastic. The Moguls there keeping us running with their energy trackside and the energy stored in the honey that they've given us as a fantastic gift. We have been very well looked after over these days by the teams, haven't we, Radzi?
Good tasting honey.
I'm never going to need any more wristwear. I'm never going to need any more pens. I think I'm set for life. And that is great. I'm going to remember all of those teams when I'm,
when you're a race engineer for Carlos.
Exactly. His notes will be written with,
yeah, with a myriad of pens.
Myriad of F1 in Schools teams' pens. Love that.
And in case he sort of, with his myriad of houses, you'll be able to provide each one with a keyring.
Exactly. Anyway, arriving behind us, we have Tori Veloci. Now, we were talking to them yesterday,
Tori.
Not to be confused, yes. Yes. The Bulls. Now, are you raging Bulls today? Are you coming here with, something to settle? You've got, P10 on the leaderboard. Do you think you can climb any higher?
Yeah, most definitely. We're definitely looking to go higher on the leaderboard. Hopefully beat 6th place, which we were yesterday. Yeah.
P6, taking back what you've lost in terms of positions there. And that car looks excellent on the starting line, but you've got a very, very thin piece of material joining your nose cone to your front wing.
Lawrence, we have some breaking news. We have some breaking news. Up until this point, if I said to you, what music would a driver be listening to, you would have said 100%
nothing.
Correct. Until now. Because we have a driver so in the zone, we're not going to speak to her, but we are going to ask one of her speech writers, what is she listening to?
She's listening to the Sugar Bombs. Sorry, Sugar Babes.
Sugar Babes. If it's Too Lost in You, I doff my cap, because that is a different class of song. Do we know which combination of Sugar Babe?
What?
It's the Push the Button. I mean, that is genius. I mean, the lyrics are inspiring the action, which is to literally push the button, which he's going to do now. Sugar Babes are reforming, and I believe their latest track is Trigger of Destiny, is what I've heard they're currently forming the song of. Let's find out.
Breaking news. Anyway, we're about to have some breaking news on the track as we get the first race underway. And 0.158, that was a very, very good reaction time for Tori Veloci, who we were just talking about. Unfortunately, maybe the Sugar Babe's not working there. Maybe we need to find a different song.
That's all it is. The issue is the song choice.
Absolutely. I mean, you heard it first here. Listening to nothing may be better.
Or they could listen to the artist Nori, who had a song called Nothing. So
absolutely.
That's an option as well.
However, they did actually achieve their fastest car time, a 1.276 on that run. Very impressive, keeping them at 17th, around the middle on the leaderboard. Definitely a lap time to contend with. And walking back down to this team, they have been wearing black armbands here at the competition for the 2 days we've been here. Do you want to tell us what's that for?
It's for Eddie Jordan, because he died.
Yeah, Eddie Jordan, founder of Jordan F1 team, in the run-up to the Shanghai Grand Prix last weekend, sadly passed away, and as a remark of respect, this team wearing black armbands, I think that's a really, really nice touch.
That really is a nice touch. And I'm lucky enough to know a number of people who know him, and every single person, whether they've met him or actually know him, everyone says the same thing. He's just the loveliest guy.
No, really, really good to see. And a bit of the Jordan spirit here, Like to see that. Now, this is another team. I promised them I would say it with the accent. I was introduced to their mascot yesterday. And I believe she's called Daisy. And Daisy is, correct me if I'm wrong, a taraku. I've got a round of applause here. The first accent I can actually do. There'll be no Welsh today. I nailed that. So tell us a little bit about Daisy. You wrote a book about her?
Yeah. Well, she's kind of like a local attraction. So then we tried to capitalise on that.
capitalizing on the local attractions. Love that. But just a bit more on the story, because you actually presented like a full color book to me, which is so cool.
The book is basically about how she wants to be a race driver, but her teammates don't support her. So we, the TRF team, basically give her her car and she can race it. And it's just like encouraging young people to get involved in racing.
I love that. An amazing story. You know, it's aimed at some of the younger ages, so inclusivity there, and all about working as a team and including people and celebrating their differences. I love that from TRF.
We are currently trending on Twitter, and the question is, what is Reese's tattoo of his thumb arm? We will find out very shortly, because it's race 2 time. Now, there is an awful lot of excitement there. What? My goodness. Lawrence, you are not going to believe your eyes nor your ears.
Wow.
1.190. Tori Veloci. That was off the charts. Where did you arrive? What position did you arrive this morning?
6th.
And you are now...
Actually, I don't know.
Second. You are now P2. That was, I mean, and you're 3/1000ths behind the leader. Did you think that was possible arriving today?
We knew there was a lot of evolution in the track. We saw various other teams improving, but the degree of variation changed from team to team. So we knew there was improvement on the table, but we didn't know how much.
It's been unpredictable. It's been unpredictable. Yeah.
What a performance! Only the second time we have seen in this whole competition. We've been here for 3 days now, Radzi, and only the second time faster than 1.2 seconds. That is incredible.
And the first time today.
Yes, completely correct there. But I did receive a little bit of news from the track team about Tori Veloci's first race. Now, when we were checking out of this hotel this morning, what was a super important thing? For me, it's not leaving anything behind. I was round that room 10 times to check that I hadn't left anything in there. And when that car, Tori Veloci's car, in lane 3 from race 1 left the marks, it left something behind. Unfortunately, one of the wheel hubcaps, preventing turbulence created by the wheels as the car races down the track, it fell off. It was left at the start line, meaning the car may have raced illegally underweight. So that is now a DNF for them. However, it isn't that fast car time we just saw. So, as you say, they don't care. We love to see that.
And if you're wondering why 4 has become 2, or in the words of Spice Girls, 2 have become 1 in the background here, that is because action is taking place from a reparage standpoint.
Absolutely. We're seeing that wheel cap go back on the side of the wheel, and, you know, glue and bearings don't mix. And that's why we're seeing, as it's getting fixed back on, they're keeping that wheel spinning. Just no chance for it to get locked in position.
Ah, thank you. It was like watching Tony Hart in the mid-1970s. He was the designer of the Blue Peter badge, and also used to have a thing called Morph. It was a plasticine, stop-motion animation, little creation on the early CBBC, but before it was a channel, when it was just simply a thing that took place around 3 p.m. every day after play days.
Very good, and a bit like Tori Veloci's car, Morph was orange, I believe, and it has morphed back into a complete car, ready for the 3rd race, which will be coming up next. But let's talk to Atomic behind us. These were our early leaders yesterday, and they'll be hoping to take that back with 2 races to go. They now sit 14th on the board. What do you think's going to happen?
I mean, we're looking to get further up the leaderboard, obviously. Yeah, we're hoping for quicker reactions as well.
Did you say that, or based on your initials, was that in fact a deep fake?
No, I did say that.
He said it. He said
I did say that.
We do in fact have AI over here. Can you expand on that? Tell us whether you're artificial intelligence or something else, in fact.
No, I'm Alex Irvine, not artificial intelligence.
Very good. Now, thank you very much.
I was thinking of ChatGPT is the future, by the way. It is so good. Do you actually write homework anymore, or do you just quickly ask a question, just print it out?
No, I do use ChatGPT for everything.
Is the right thing to do.
And now this is the one moment that we're hoping their teachers aren't watching back at home. We heard they used ChatGPT for nothing, actually. Yeah, getting the word in.
I once asked ChatGPT if it can use AI for its own research. It didn't know how to respond. It's like a serpent eating its own tail.
Indeed.
Right, it's time for the next race. By the way, the speed has really leveled up.
And an excellent time for Tori Veloci, paired with a great reaction time, making the fastest total time, 1.421. That'll be a good contributor to their average time, deciding the fastest car. And yeah, sitting in P2 overall, that's very promising for them.
I have to say, I'm sure Aberdeen will currently be watching this one with slightly tight muscles, shall we say.
Absolutely. It was their second car that set that blistering time that will go again for the final time in race number 4. The cars are being lined up on the starting gate as we speak. But should we grab a word with Hammerhead?
So guys, we are currently P18. Can we improve on that position?
We are actually 17th. Our first run yesterday did not count. Well, it's not on the system. It was counted in the results, though. It was a time of 1.270. So that puts us in 17th in the actual standings, and we're hoping we can improve today.
So we're going to speak to the necessary bods to get that sorted?
Apparently it's already been sorted. It just might not come up on the leaderboard shown here.
We just can't get the graphics these days. That's what it is. Just can't get the software.
Absolutely. Well, one quick word from the team before we throw to the racetrack. They have an incredibly strong brand identity here with the Hammerhead.
Well
they've
said.
got the name, the logo. They've even got the creature itself here that they've made. I believe you named it after your teacher, right?
Yes, we did.
But, you know, my favorite thing to talk about here at F1 in Schools is biomimicry. So I was wondering, did a Hammerhead inspire your car's design too?
Yeah, it did. We looked at the aerodynamics of the Hammerhead Shark a lot when we were designing our car, and it mostly informed how we understood the principles of aerodynamics. Like, I mean, the Hammerhead Shark has the front bit to increase maneuverability. Obviously, like, you can't use maneuverability on the track, but it's helped inform our principles of, like, our understanding of the principles of aerodynamics. Definitely, yeah.
Thank you very much. Well, another thing that it could be named after is Lawrence in a nightclub, a real shark. Let's head down to the track for more racing. How are we looking with that one? It's 1.256 for TRF.
And 1.250 for Hammerhead. We can forget that time that was missed off the leaderboard because they have just shot up from 18th to 15th. And I'm really glad, you know, bad things have happened to the teams we've talked to. It's commonly known as the commentator's curse, but not for Hammerhead. A really, really good time there for their sea life inspired design.
So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams remaining. I believe it should be 7. I've miscounted.
I think there is a little bit of a problem with the checkered flags on the display, because we know at the top of the leaderboard for our Formula Aberdeen Racing, we have seen them for the final time today. And after we very sadly do have to say goodbye to this group, we will only have 3 professional class teams left.
Absolutely right, but all good things must come to an end, as it has done for our 4 teams. Give yourselves a round of applause. Superb racing, many of them improving. If you'd like to exit the racing area over to the right-hand side, it's going to be time for the last 3 race teams, the last 3 professional teams to ever compete under the banner of Formula 1 in schools. The finals. Oh, thank you very much.
TRF branded sweeties.
Oh,
wow, some more sustenance from TRF. This is fantastic.
I'm going to have to, after lunch. Thank you, guys. That's really kind.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, that was the guy I spoke to before, wasn't it? He had thank you. Yes, correct.
Now, we are about to welcome to the stage our final 3 professional class teams for the day. They are Silver Racing from St John's College, Cardiff, Lilith Racing from the Tiffin Girls School, and Slipstream from John Henry Newman Catholic. Make some noise for them. Come and watch at the track. These are the last professional class races of the 2025 UK F1 in Schools National Finals presented by Lenovo. Wow.
That is a mouthful. If we would have our drivers stepping forward to take to the triggers of destiny for one final effort.
Absolutely. And as we lost our driver there, 3 became 2. This is one of our smallest teams at the national finals this year. How was it with so few members? You must have been taking on quite a lot of work each.
Yeah. Each of us, well, not each of us, most of us had to take on like 2 roles. So stressful. But
stressful, but we managed. I love to hear that. And that means, you know, with 6 members managing all of the project elements, it's tough at F1 in schools. But, you know, with 3 or 4, your management's just had to be on another level. Very, very impressive there.
And from a stress perspective, how best should they handle it, given your occupation?
Well, as a stress engineer myself, you know, there's an ideal level of stress, I find, because if a part isn't stressed enough, it probably means it's too heavy. And you've lightweighted your team. There isn't anything without a use here. All of your members operating at maximum capacity, and hopefully we'll see your car achieve its full potential on track too.
Mate, you circumnavigated that one like a pro. That was excellent. Absolutely excellent. Well, Reese is making sure, in fact, it's a good opportunity to ask Reese, what is that tattoo of on your thumb arm?
It's a lion family.
Are you telling the truth? Because I thought he was lion. Nah, lazy.
Now, quickly, before we go racing, I just want to remind everyone, with 3 teams on track, we will have to wait a moment to get that final result as the track waits to see if a 4th car is coming. So we'll have to wait with bated breath as we go for our first round of racing.
Silver, Lilith, Slipstream, who will prevail? Good grief, that was like a whippet.
Now we're just waiting for that final time to come through. Wow, 1.234 from Slipstream. I think that might be their fastest time as well, and it is, moving them up from 18th on the leaderboard to 11th. My. The cars have just been getting faster and faster today, and I think it's maybe a bit like the teams were telling us. Those bearings getting worn in. You know, the last race of the day could very much see our best time.
And to think we started with carnage, double car carnage from one team, to seeing what we've seen so far, the bar is raising and the bar is raising. We're waiting to see the adjustment made. 2, 3, 4, like you say, moves them in to P12. That is some jump.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, it was actually just a 2-car race that time because we did see a jump start from Silver Racing, but they'll get one more attempt in just a second. But behind us, we have a team, whenever I've seen them around the competition, they've reminded me of the Incredibles. Was your branding inspired by the Incredibles? And which member of the Incredible family are you all?
I mean, if it was inspired by The Incredibles, it'd be the mum. I've forgotten her name. Elastigo, yes. Elastigo. Because, I mean, our whole brand identity is about feminism and pushing that forward, more female and women's sports. But in actuality, it's inspired by Lilith, a goddess, who does showcase passion and, like, female, almost rage, but in a good way, and we want to harness that.
Can you tell us a bit about Lilith? So what does, who is she, is that Greek origin or?
So she's in lots of different cultures and religions. In the past, it was, the story about her is from the Garden of Eden, where she and Adam were both created from the dust as equals, unlike Eve, who was created from Adam's rib. And she had an altercation with Adam where she was kicked out of the Garden of Eden and plagued with harmful spirits because she stood up for herself. So we wanted to take her name and reinvent her as a figure and, you know, show everyone why she's a great person. And we want to kind of show that, you know, so many times in science, women have not gotten the credit that they deserve. So we just wanted to reinvent her.
That was spotted. That was the best answer I've heard. That was awesome. Thank you very much. And Reese agrees because he's given us the thumbs up. It's now time for the 3-car race. It's race number 2.
Just waiting to get that final result through. And that was our winner, Slipstream, 1.434 overall. Really, really great from them. But a super close finish as well. All of the teams very close.
Yeah, Lilith Racing 369. Their best is 348. So not much in that. Dare I say, not knowing which car they got their best time with, could we see them move up the leaderboard? And for Silver Racing, they would absolutely love to get a time anywhere close to the 1.4 mark.
And I'm just going to draw your attention to the screen. We saw that car there being rolled back and forth, and keep your eyes on that rear left wheel. It is not rotating true. Exactly. So they will have 2.5 minutes, as with all of the other teams, to get that car fixed back to optimum running conditions, ready for the 3rd and 4th races, as they're just being returned to the top of the track by our fantastic track team, coming from last year's national finals, Leaf 1 actually. Really great to have them back with us this year.
Is that the car there?
I believe that is the car that we have on track here.
Oh, you can really see that actually. You can really see that.
So
how pronounced that is in the area just there.
Going to be really, really careful with this car, but just to get a better view for the spectators at home, we can see that this wheel, it's got the spokes and they've actually come apart, separated from the rim of the wheel. So they're going to need to, that's going to be a tough one to fix because you have a very, very small contact area there for the bond, but they're going to need to fix that. It does only have to race once more. I'm sure they will manage to repair that.
I thought it looked okay, but then I spoke too soon.
Damn. It never stops.
It's unrelenting. It really is. It's sort of like the opposite of the gift that keeps on giving. It's like infinite regress, just constantly bouncing.
Now, there's only one team of the current lineup that we haven't spoken to. That is Silver Racing. They did get a jump start on that first round, but they bounced back. 0.156, I think. I think that was the fastest reaction time of the last round as well. So a really, really great job from their driver. She was completely unfazed by that first race and delivered at her best.
Yeah, Suki, great reaction time always. That's why we chose her, Yeah, she's great.
Can I also just ask, sorry to jump in, Lawrence, because some people wouldn't necessarily attend this if, for example, they had a headache, if, for example, they were under the weather, but you have an issue, a bone-based issue, and you are still here. What's your injury?
It's a joint issue. One of my joints are bad recently, so I just have a boot to help walk.
And you've still come and you're still delivering?
Yeah.
And are you still enjoying it?
Yes, of course. It's been great.
We absolutely love it, Lawrence.
Absolutely we do. And they will be hopping that they beat their best time in these 2 races we've got to go. I think I'm going to give up, but I had to give it a shot.
You always give it a go. And where's your accent from, by the way?
Cardiff.
Cardiff. That's why they're hard in Cardiff. They don't mess around. Yes, a very hardy bunch there. And now we are awaiting for that very difficult job, which you said all the team are going there just for
Absolutely.
Support. Now, I'm seeing smiles. So nervous smiles, that's fine. Still smiles, though. So essentially, we've tried our best, is the conclusion. How much time, ideally, would you have had to try and fix that?
I don't think there was any fixing that wheel, to be honest with you.
No chance, basically, is what we're saying.
So we'll have to go to the track team. No chance of fixing it. I wonder, as all parts of the car are still attached, nothing has actually separated itself, if we will still be able to race that car. Reese?
Yeah, it's still a raceable car. It's still safe to be on track, so it will be racing.
Absolutely. So if the car is still fully intact, in terms of it's still one single unit, we can still race the car. It'll still contribute to those times. And, even if it doesn't pop into their top their second through fifth fastest times with the count for the average, it'll let another time count rather than being a DNF. So that's really good for those guys. And we get to have 3 cars on track for the final race today. Now, behind us, I hear something is game-changing from Radzi. I don't know what. Let's find out.
It was going to be a private discussion, but we're going to make it public. So, talking about the merits of ChatGPT, so its ability to observe trends is the game changer. So, for example, rather than, let's just imagine, hypothetically, I had, for example, arthritis in my ankles. What I could then do is go onto ChatGPT and possibly look up medical research to then say, are there any particular exercises, any supplementation, any nutrition of any studies that could massively improve it? And so let's just say there were a case study of people that have randomly eaten, let's say, radish. It saves me having to be an expert, and I can very quickly ascertain information that could change the game. As we might see in this race here, if one of the teams were to encroach on P1, the unthinkable would happen, and would our 3-wheeled car manage to survive? That's the other question.
Just waiting for that time from Slipstream to come in, and they win that race. That will be very, very pleasing to them, a 1.300. That is not their fastest time, but was the fastest in that race, and Silver Racing again with the fastest reaction time. As they said, their driver completely unfazed. Now, as we see the replay of the cars going across the line, everything looks to be well. No further breakages, although it doesn't matter because these cars are done now. That was their final race. As we get ready for the 4th and final race for this team, the last professional class race of F1 in schools in the UK. I've got the thumbs up from the track. We're ready to go. Get your eyes on the track side for the final race of the day in the professional class. Waiting for that final time. And that was the best reaction time of the bunch from Slipstream, but taking the win on track, it was Lilith Racing, 1.536, showcasing that, channeled female rage they were talking about. That wheel only just hanging on, but it's still there. It means that time will still count, I believe.
Nothing but wheel to win from Lilith Racing.
And unbelievable, actually, that they took the win in that race with that wheel, rotating from side to side. You wouldn't think it'd be fast, but maybe we need to go back to the drawing board here.
I remember speaking to yourself last time. You know your apples when it comes to cars. What caused that ridiculous situation?
I think it was the wheel holder design. We changed it last minute, and then in the 20 minutes that we had yesterday to fix up the car, we kind of, a little bit.
Sorry, I mean, what's caused that improved performance? Because you ended up winning the race.
Maybe wonky wheels are better.
The conundrum of engineering. Sometimes, like with F1, a change gets made. We don't know how to optimize it, but something good's happened.
Absolutely. I mean, I suppose we do have a regulation about racetrack contacts, because if we did have less wheel in contact with the track, there would be less friction between the wheels and the track. So perhaps that's what we've seen. It was a dramatic way to end our day. Car limping home to take the victory. We've seen it in Formula One, and today we see it in F1 in schools.
Nailed on. Well, that is the end of the professional class ever. Because next year it will be all about STEM racing. Now it's about Formula One racing. Give yourselves a round of applause. Smiles all round. And you can exit the stage just to the right-hand side there. Superb work. And just to digest what we've seen, we don't have a new leader, but what we do have is a new context. And the context specifically of Tori Veloci, of Ceres Racing, and of Unity, and of Daredevil. Everything turned on its head just in the last half an hour.
Absolutely. So we've got that leaderboard up on screen, and we're going to fly through a few quick disclaimers with that, just for absolute clarity. So we see FAR Formula Aberdeen Racing, I love acronyms, so they're in my good books with that. They've got the fastest time on the leaderboard so far, but that is not what decides who will be crowned the fastest car of this national finals, because that is calculated of the 8 races that all of the teams have. Their 2nd to 5th fastest times are averaged to get that. But also, we do award it to the fastest legal car, and we don't know if any of those teams will have broken any performance regulations that will allow them to go unfairly fast on track. We don't know of which teams might have broken those. So all of those results, they give us an indication of who's in contention, but all will be revealed at the awards ceremony at the end of the day.
And just a word, P4 to P7, 4 places, separated by 4 thousandths. It has been, in fact, P5 to P7, separated by 1/1000th. The margins, almost immeasurable.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen it all today. Such close margins, only 3/1000th separating the top 2. I mean, down the leaderboard, we have ties. 22nd place tied between Team Velox and Lilith Racing. Incredible. Anyway, there is more incredible racing action to come. Next up, we have the development class. But first, we're just going to take a quick 5-minute break. So here at the Magna Science and Adventure Centre, we are ready to continue the day's racing, and we move on to the development class teams. So without further ado, welcoming to the stage Stealth, Mach 3, Silverstone Revolution Racing, and Dynasty. We have their 4 cars lined up at the starting gates, ready to go. So if the drivers could go straight to the racetrack, that would be fantastic. We have 4 very, very different cars here. There was a lot of front wing chats yesterday, and it's the Minion-esque car I'm looking at first, with its triple element front wing. A very effective way to make drag-free downforce, if downforce is what they're wanting, to keep the car stable as it races down our 20-meter track. Next to it, in lane 3, we have a very triangular profiled car all the way from Silverstone, the home of British motor racing. They'll be hoping to improve further on their times from yesterday. And then in the furthest lane, we have Dynasty. They started to build a Dynasty. They did lead our leaderboard for a brief period yesterday. Let's see if they can take back that top position. The fridge is opening. The engines that power the car with those 8 grams of CO2 are going in the back. And we'll get straight on with the racing.
Dynasty, an underrated drama. Televised, dramatic series. American, I don't have any other information on Dynasty, but it was a good one by all accounts.
A good one. Nice. Well, Radzie's recommendation always means something. As we've learned through all of the shows, he is a very cultured gentleman, knows lots of references that, frankly, I don't. Anyway, someone that gets all the references is Reese, and he's going to press the button to get us going with race number 1.
So to get the development class underway, it is Silverstone, aforementioned by our very own Lawrence, 1.496. Now
not quite their fastest car time, but very close, and we have talked a lot about that average time being what the teams are looking for to get that fastest car award. And so with the fastest track time of that group, they also had the fastest reaction time, and their driver was exhibiting a bit of an interesting technique yesterday. Do you remember, Radzi?
No.
Well, keeping her cards close with her hands behind her back, no less. The arm completely straight, nothing to slow down those muscle reactions, all of the tricks, and it is working.
And also, it doesn't happen until fairly late on, so she could be tapping her thighs, focusing, seeing, believing, and then will behind the back to achieve. PMA, positive mental attitude.
Very, very good.
As was said in a Purcell advert in 1997, a recreation of a British sports day scene.
Indeed, and better than a British sports day is F1 in schools racing, and we're going to go for race number 2. Wow, a super close finish for those teams. And Dynasty, who we talked about earlier, they have the fastest reaction time this time, the fastest track time, a 1.385. That is their fastest time of the competition so far. Only 0.003 off the best time we've seen at all. They will be in contention to take that top spot back with 2 races left to go.
And Mach 3 have just moved up themselves with that time of 5:19. So all of a sudden, the cat getting put amongst the proverbial pigeons early doors with development class. And if we revert back to the Silverstone style, we could have folded arms, could sort of begin the proceedings, tapped thighs, tilted head, look of indifference, total focus, hands go behind the back.
Absolutely. But behind us, we have Mach 3. Let's have a word from them after improving on their best time. That is a great result to see. And do you think you can climb further up the leaderboard?
I think it's great to just be here, and the fact that we've managed to get here is so much better than we thought that we would do. And the fact that we've actually managed to go up the leaderboard is amazing as well.
Absolutely. Touching on all of the work there is to put towards an F1 in schools entry, it's really not easy, Radzi. Could you share with us perhaps like the biggest obstacle you had to overcome to be here and show so well?
It was completely new to us because it was the first year for Jersey. So
to even be here is amazing because it was such hard competition, completely new, so many obstacles. Yeah.
Absolutely. And I recall your regional finals was only 2 weeks ago. So when you found out you'd be coming here, it must have been, a lot of organization in a short period of time to get those flights booked, get those hotels booked.
Oh yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot of effort. We originally got told we had to raise quite a lot of money, but luckily lots of sponsorship and funds brought that down. It's really good.
Also, it's great to have Jersey here.
Absolutely. And nice to get, your sponsors helping you out. Without them, none of the teams could be here. Who was your sponsorship manager? Do you have someone on the team that looks after the marketing, that really strong brand identity?
Yeah, I've emailed all the sponsors. So our sponsorship is Indu, which is the teenage makeup brand, and they've helped us all through regionals and now nationals too.
Having a makeup brand really can provide a good foundation. Oh, come on, I'm trying. I am trying. That sound, that was a universal across everyone, a genuine, I enjoyed that one a lot.
I think that might have been the best yet. That is how you know it was good. Anyway, behind me we have Stealth.
Indifference in the room.
They've been quiet here, but we're now gonna try and get something out of them. And I'm getting smiles, that's a good start, You're enjoying your time here. What's been your favorite moment at the competition so far?
I think for us, our verbal went really well and everyone smashed it and we did amazing.
Oh, really good to hear that. And nice support of the rest of your team. Everyone smashed it.
What's the age range of you guys?
We are like 12 to 13. We're like year 8.
So I think this would be the youngest. Oh no, development, slightly different to professional class. So what would success look like for you guys?
Success for us is just trying our hardest in all the competitions. We don't have to win necessarily. We've already got here. I think that's success to us.
There's something about your age, I think your generation, that you guys are such positive people. If you obviously love to win, but like you say, just being here is a massive success story. The thumb has been raised. It is time to go racing once again. And crossing the line, the first team to do it Stealth, 1.389, and that, by the way, is their fastest time by some margin, by actually the best part of 1/10 of a second. And that will go some way in moving them into P3. From P13 to P3.
Wow.
What a superb run that is.
They were telling us it wasn't necessarily all about the results. They were just happy to be here. They've had a great time. But P3 is a hell of a lot sweeter than P13.
I wonder if that took some of the pressure off our driver who thought, yeah, we are champions. Had the mindset of a champion, pressed it like you can't believe, and then sent that car flying.
Absolutely. A great result for them. A less great result in that last race was Silverstone Revolution Racing. Maybe a bit of an all-or-nothing approach from their driver with a jump start there following that fantastic reaction that we had at the start of the day. We've got the team behind us. Do you want to tell us a little bit about how the competition's been going? What do you think's been the best bit for you so far?
I think our enterprise has gone really well. Our verbal presentations were fantastic, and we're looking to build on that in the final run.
Fantastic. I love hearing about the areas of the competition that we don't actually see when we're trackside. We're ready to go for that final race, but afterwards we'll hear about what sets you apart in enterprise.
In that lane one, there may have been a little bit of damage at the end. I'm not 100% sure there. I think it could have happened in lane 2. We'll wait to get confirmation. No doubt Lawrence's eagle eye will have spotted it a mile off. 1.465 for Dynasty. I mean, when you've got a 385 in the locker, it's going to take an awful lot to beat that. But just confirm that no other teams managed to better their scores already. I don't think any movement will happen there. But damage, Lawrence, if it was going to happen, it might as well happen on the 8th run.
Very difficult to tell which car that part came off, but being the final race of the day, it doesn't matter. It's got all of its races in. No DNF, I don't think. It looked like it happened after the finish line. One thing I do know, after a few F1 in Schools competitions, is that is not where the wheels should be. I'm not quite sure how that'll have happened, and we do have a camera at the other end of the track, so we should get a better view of that, I hope.
Was that Lane? Was that you guys? No, it wasn't.
It was not. It was a black, yellow, and yellow car. It may have been Dynasty. It may have been...
Oh, again, if you...
That is the stealth car. But thankfully, it was able to get that great time in the previous race. Before that happened, no more racing for these teams today. So, you know, while they'd rather take the car home in one piece than three,
they can now share it.
They can now share it. What a great point. Love that.
Yeah, superb racing, especially for Dynasty, and a number of encroachments on the top, saving their best till last. Guys, give yourselves a round of applause. Fantastic work, and we'll let you exit our racing arena as we welcome on our 4 more teams. Oh, thank you very much, mate. Oh, wow. I'm going to put that on now. Thank you. That's, what is that, very much? Is that
It's a snake.
I like it.
We use recycled filament to create it.
Did you? Yeah. What's it recycled from, do you know?
I'm not sure now.
It's amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you, bud. Good. Yes.
Thank you.
You have a belt holding your trousers up. The weight of the keyrings might be putting you at risk there.
Fantastic. So we're ready to welcome our next batch of teams to the racetrack. And it is a difficult one to start off with, I've got to say. They must have told us how to pronounce their name about 10 times yesterday. I'm gonna murder it, and hopefully they'll murder it on track. It is Tanguich, Swiftflow, Nova, and Strive. Come on over, guys. More Welsh cakes. That's amazing. You gave us some yesterday, and they kept us going. They were awesome. Very energy dense, I think. Just like F1 in Schools Power Packs. And the gifts don't stop. We've got some sunglasses from Swiftflow.
And some sunflower seeds for our sustainability initiative.
And sunflower seeds. I'm loving seeing all of the sustainability with the F1 in Schools teams. Thank you very much. Radzi was just having a little bit of a trouble with his trousers there because he has got this immense collection of keyrings. I cannot count almost how many keyrings Radzi has collected. He just needs a lot more cars, I guess. Yes. A few holiday homes. Wow, what a collection. And what a
Although
great flag.
Unfortunately, the nature of the tax to a second home would mean that actually this would possibly financially cripple me. So it's worth noting that a lot of keys may not have a lot of success. Question that on Twitter we're trending. People want to know your pinky ring. Where does it come? Is it still connected to your crime family?
No, the pinky ring is not from the Vines crime ring. It was a gift from my wonderful grandmother Angela Vines for my 21st birthday.
Ah, excellent work. And how's Jeremy these days?
I feel there's one that's no, not related.
Jeremy Vine.
Yeah.
Good show on Channel 5. Good show on Channel 5. Good flag, by the way. Tell us about your flag.
Like we said yesterday, we really wanted a flag because we saw all the teams at Worlds had one, and it really showcases our identity because it gets us somewhere else that isn't the pit display. So, yeah, we got a flag.
Well said. Well, if our drivers would like to step forward into the driver area, take your trigger of destiny betwixt your digits and prepare to unleash chaos down the 20-meter course.
Well, they may have a flag, but they're certainly not flagging after 2 intense days of competition. Next to them, we have Nova. Now, whereabouts are you sitting on the leaderboard so far? Have you been happy with your performance of your car, or are you expecting a little bit more out of it today?
Well, it's looking pretty good. Really glad to see it's consistent. Obviously, the consistency is really important as well. We're hoping maybe for a few faster times on there, trying to get it up the leaderboard a bit today.
Exactly. And looking at your competition, is there anything you might change, like if you were to progress further or come back next year?
Can't give that away yet.
Can't give it away, keeping his cards close to his chest.
Now, we do have a question, the second question of the day, sir.
So, me and my teammate here have been walking around all the different teams, getting signatures on here from every single team. And on here, we've got the judges. We were going to ask Radzi if you can sign this for us.
Absolutely, mate. I'll devalue it, but I happily will.
There you go.
On it goes. And Lawrence, I will throw a question. What should these guys be doing to, dare I say, get a great performance in this final run?
Well, I mean, it's very simple, Radzi. Get a better time. Not to say that they haven't got an excellent time so far, but what we love about the racing is the stopwatch doesn't lie. It's not at all subjective, it's all objective. What we see is what we get. But we're hearing that this jersey might be auctioned off for charity. Afterwards, we'll hear which charity they're raising funds for. But first, we're going to throw to the racetrack.
Lane 4, blistering.
And that is Strive, the team we were just talking to. Fantastic job, 1.435 for them. Just struggling to find them on the leaderboard right now. And there it's been updated. They actually sit in P3 on the leaderboard, although that wasn't their best time we just saw. Very close though, very consistent. They're definitely in the running for that fastest car.
Yeah, almost history repeating itself. The very first run of the last group also were a little bit off what we know they can achieve and have achieved. So we're expecting the second run just to have a little bit more zip, zest, and vigor to it.
Absolutely, and we have seen a trend so far today, especially in the development class. Times are improving. Anyway,
times are also changing.
A quick word from the Strive team. How happy are you to see another good result? And which charity are you raising money for with these amazing signed McLaren shirts?
We're going to be donating the money to cancer research, and it was a very promising run, and we hope that continues.
Fantastic, and a really great cause you're raising money for. Hopefully our signatures haven't devalued them too much, and you'll raise a lot of money for them. The track is ready to go.
Oh, yes, guys.
Another clean race for those four teams. Nova with the fastest reaction.
Strive. Yes, strive. Can we put that into words, what you've just done? You arrived in what position this morning?
I think it was third we were in yesterday.
And where are you now?
First.
That is absolutely superb. And by 22,000, they haven't just snuck under it.
Exactly. I mean, that may sound like a tiny amount, but in racing today, where we've seen teams separated by single thousandths of a second, that is quite a lead. And they're in the hot seat, both for the fastest car with average times and that 10-point bonus for having the fastest outright time as well. Really, really good. Now, we're gonna...
What? But just, I'll come to yourself as well, dude. How happy are you with that?
I'm very happy with my hat. Oh, yes, I'm very happy.
And in terms of your hat, you're happy with that as well?
Yes.
Absolutely, I would be as well. All headwear is good wear as far as I'm concerned. And that final compliment just capped things off for what they... Oh, I went for it, I'm committing.
I think that gentleman's remark was better.
It was way better.
Running in P1 for the pun of the day so far, I think, for Strive, as well as P1 for the fastest car of the day. Anyway, we move down the teams. We move to Nova, sitting in P11 at the moment. Who's your driver, and how did you decide that they were the person to send your car on its way?
Well, we got Tom over there today. He drove our car at regionals, and we've been testing all morning, all yesterday. It's been really close, but he's been doing it today for us, and he's doing quite well.
I see, so a bit of a, a Red Bull approach to that, The driver wasn't decided long in advance. You've got to always be performing. Only decided today that he'd be driving the car. And Doing a great job, I've got to say. Now, if we can get a word with another team member, I've got Ewan here, the sponsorship and marketing manager. His beautiful T-shirt tells me, and that is some excellent marketing for the team right there. Can you tell me a little bit about what you've done for the team?
I've helped get sponsors from all across the country, one of our big ones being Northern Power Grid, who have really helped us get to where we are today.
Mike, could you bribe them to turn the power off for your other competitors there? You know, like, you know, you're milling those cars, just get them to press the button, stop it for a minute.
Yeah.
No bribery here. They do their talking on the track. No foul play, and a great sponsorship. Wow.
Ewan, can I just ask you, with your name E-U-A-N, does the spelling get butchered in every department? Killer. It's an absolute killer. I know an I-W-A-N. Oh, that's the Welsh version. I know an E-W-A-N from the south of England. Now an E-U. Is yours the same as? How does McGregor spell his?
Not 100% sure.
I don't think he knows either, and that's part of the problem. But we like it. You can't have enough vowels in a name, I say.
No, and I do love adding an ancestry section to our show. We really offer everything here at F1 in the schools. Ancestry, philosophy, little bit of engineering. Anyway, we see the cars, they've just been lined up perfectly with their noses right on that start line, all of them getting equal chances to start the race, as they'll have power packs with exactly the same amount of CO2 at the same temperature put in them. The drivers, they're all holding their triggers. A few different techniques here, the two-hand, the one-hand. Silence, please, as we go for race number 3.
Otherwise, the drivers will get triggered. No. That, by the way, across the line, the two cars ahead, slight increase in deceleration. The two slower cars, fantastic deceleration. Look how close this was, they cross. All catching, all catching. Brilliant racing.
And we continue to be a good luck charm today, Radzi. Nova just there, getting their best time of the competition so far. That is really, really, really good to see. And we've got to go back to Swift Flow. Whenever I turn around, I see their amazing flag behind me. I hope to be seeing it in the crowd in the award ceremony later. Great way to represent your brand. But can you tell me a bit about that? You've got, you know, really strong team identity. You've got the blue, the orange, kind of getting a bit of a Gulf look there with the livery. Very famous motorsport colours, but the wing as well.
So yeah, for our branding, we were part of 2 separate teams last year, and when we merged, we tried to take one colour from each team and one new colour to encapsulate our unity, and the blue also covers our clarity of drive.
I love that. Strong meanings by that. Synergy between the 2 colours. Hopefully there'll be synergy with the results on track.
The thumb of destiny has been lifted. The buttons will be pressed. Yikes on the inside. Yikes, that was fast on the inside. Lane 1, 396.
That second Strive car is super, super strong. We saw that other car in the last race, not quite as fast. So it'll be interesting to see, with one car a bit faster than the other, if it'll be enough to clinch the fastest car across the average times.
That Strive hug was nothing but pure testosterone then. I enjoyed that. If you didn't suffer a collapsed lung off the back of that, it wasn't strong enough as far as I'm concerned. Strive moving in to P1 and with a couple of absolute belting performances. The cat are amongst the pigeons. Guys, all 4 groups. In fact, Lawrence, you have a question.
Absolutely. We haven't had a word yet with our Welsh friends with the team name I cannot pronounce to save my life, but we do love them. What has been the highlight of the competition so far for you guys?
We did quite well in our enterprise judging. We were really proud of how we've come along with that since entry class, and Fion's reaction times have been amazing.
Nice. So multiple highlights. You're across all areas of the competition. You're excelling. Just, you know, a little bit more information on the enterprise. What do you think you've done really well in that area?
I think we've done really well on our sponsorship and marketing. In marketing, we've done digital media stuff and also a lot of community work, getting primary schools involved as well.
That's fantastic. And there were lots of strong Welsh teams in our primary class finals on Tuesday. So now I know that we've got you to thank for that. Thank you very much. Thank you to our 3 other teams as well. We will send you away. Best of luck for the awards ceremony this afternoon. And yes, we're ready to welcome 4 more teams.
Give yourselves a ripple, guys. Well done. Job done for you. You can sit and rest up and watch the other teams do justice. If you exit just to the side of the race area, if you head off in that direction, that would be fantastic. Yes, lads. Superb work. My pleasure. Well done, mate. So Strive epitomising their namesake.
Absolutely. They strove to be better. Strove the past tense of strive.
It is now.
It is now. Coining new words as well. Fantastic.
Shakespeare used to make up words, and he actually once said, if I as William can make up words, so can Lawrence. Thine, not fine.
Very good. Very good. But we're now ready to welcome 4 more teams. Not from a dark place, but from Victoria College, we have Dark Pace. From Cheshire College South, we have GG Racing. From Chiltern Academy, we have Shifter. And from St Olave's Grammar, we have Blitz.
The penultimate groups before lunch.
This place actually was starting to look like a bit of a dark place to me with those sunglasses on, and now I can see clearly again.
The rain really has gone.
Indeed. We love to get some musical lyric references in there as well. So,
if our drivers would step forward and take the triggers. So our team of Reese and Amy currently communicating with the end of the track. Amy has not made a mistake in the 3 years that she's worked for the company. Everything that she does is to perfect. She puts the I in perfection. Yeah.
Amy, known for that. Anyway, on the racetrack, so we were actually just seeing Amy communicating with our track team at the end of the track, and that is because we have a car here that has a bit of a difference. So, you know, we can see they have this cone shape on the nose of their car. This is clearly designed to guide the air around the cockpit where we can see the small driver's helmet. However, this does break a technical regulation. We've got to have a clear view of the halo from the front, side, and top views, which allows the deceleration system to catch the car, preventing any breakages. Now, this body does obstruct it, which means Amy was just telling the track team that we needed to raise the bungee that catches the car and deploy the brushes to decelerate this one. And we've got a camera on that right now. We can see on lane number 3, we have the brushes, a longer set, moved further forward, ready to catch that car. It did prove to be a very fast car yesterday, so we need all the deceleration possible. Now, we've got the 4 drivers taking those triggers of destiny. Reese, ready to press the button and ready to get racing going.
Is basically a child's belt. So it's Alpine. Yeah, but we might have. Okay, thank you.
And with race number 1 done, Dark Pace had the fastest reaction, Blitz were fastest on track, but stealing it away from both of them was Shifter, that red car that we just brought your attention to. Very, very good performance. Should we get a live reaction from them now? Shifter right behind us.
What did I say?
That is the most chilled reaction I've seen to winning the first race of your round. You just won. How are you feeling about that?
Honestly, I'm a bit shocked because compared to yesterday where we weren't doing too well, I thought, and to be honest, I thought we'd lose in this race as well. But today we decided to go with a new driver right here, and it looked like it worked.
I mean, clearly you've put in an absolute shift. How's it gone for you?
Great so far. I was a bit nervous, but it went well.
It has gone well, as it has gone well for Blitz, by the way, moving up to P4. Would
Absolutely.
Draw our attention to the Alpine merch stash that the F1 in Schools staff are wearing. For example, the fabric belts for me are are fantastically ergonomically designed rather than the all and the aggregated increment of a belt. Sometimes you're stuck between two holes. Not with the fabric option. You can be any size. One size fits all, 90% of the time.
Now, we're not quite ready on the track, so I will correct you there. That isn't Alpine like the car brand. That is, in fact, Alpine Stars providing the fantastic threads that we do see the F1 in Schools team in. Providers of some of the F1 drivers' race suits as well.
Named after the staff here.
Indeed. We do know them as the Alpine Stars. Anyway, the Stars on track are ready to race again.
Lane 3. 3-5-5. Lane 3. Blitz have gone from P4 to entering the land of greatness.
Indeed, taking P1 on the board, a team blitz. Now, if you could have a step back, guys, just to allow us to get in and interview you, what's the reaction and who is responsible for this very, very fast car design?
Well, I guess the car speaks for itself. Rehan has been praying for this. He's delivered with reaction times, and we've delivered with the car design, as you can see.
And where did the name come from, by the way?
Blitz means lightning in German, and so in order to show F1 in schools means speed. The aim of F1 in schools is to achieve speed, and therefore that's why we chose Blitz.
And they've done exactly what they've said on the tin.
Absolutely.
One was right.
Very good. The brand synonymous with the objective, synonymous with the result. You love to see that.
For any mixed martial arts fans, the blitz style of striking is about throwing a shot, following your feet afterwards. It's one of the fastest ways to attack, and that is exactly what Blitz have done here. It's been blitz attacks. P1, 5 1,000ths of a second, or sorry, excuse me, 1,000th of a second, their lead against Strive. And then there are 22 1,000ths between second and third. The Blitz Strive head-to-head. This is going to be fascinating. Can anyone challenge the #1 boys?
Absolutely. So let's wander up as we have our fantastic array of teams waiting here and talk to GG Racing. What did you do last night? Did you come back refreshed today, ready to climb that leaderboard?
Yeah, we went out and had some food, then we chilled back at the room.
What food did we go for?
A curry.
Oh, nice.
It.
What was your curry choice?
We shared butter chicken and lamb rogan josh.
Now, you went controversial, so you shared.
Yeah.
It's a big one.
You want to try everything. I'll teach you what to try everything.
A little bit of everything. So what did you go for?
Lamb rogan josh.
For the lamb?
I don't know.
You just ate. Yeah. Just grateful for food, to be honest with you. And what about yourself?
Butter chicken.
Solid. I've got introduced to the king prawn boona. Underrated. That is a meal, by the way. Also, the lamb patia. It's sweet and sour, but it's very much, give it a go. Don't write it off, is what I would say.
Absolutely. So, you've come to the competition, you've showed really, really strong for us on track, but what do you think is your strongest area of the competition?
The design portfolio. And we think that was the best part.
Teamwork and our ambition.
Very good. So you've got that teamwork, that ambition, that drives everything. You're striving for success, but we can also think the design portfolio is a very strong point. So, the whole point of the design portfolio is justifying your car's design. And, the track is where you're rewarded for speed, but the design portfolio, even if you actually have the slowest car, you could get the top marks for that because it's about correctly going through the scientific process, the reasoning behind your choices, and the test results to back it up. Let's see how the next race goes.
The last time I had a curry, it was a little bit like one of those CO2 canisters. I'll let you work that one out. Lane 4-5-3 for GG Racing. Very close to one of their best times, showing consistency As for Dark Pace moving up. Oh my goodness, Dark Pace improving their time, but not moving a position by virtue of 1/1000th of a second. The margins are becoming frightening.
Indeed. Should we go and talk to Dark Pace?
Absolutely.
Find out what they might do to their car in future to get that 1/1000th of a second extra out of it.
Well, we've looked around all the different pit stops and all the different cars, and we're thinking of adding a two-tier front and just testing more CFDs and making sure it's the best we can do before we manufacture it.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm going to ask you, Lawrence?
Is it going to be an acronym-related question, Ramsey?
It is. What does a CFD stand for?
CFD is computational fluid dynamics. So this is where we simulate fluid flow. Now, a fluid could be a liquid, that's maybe what we'd most commonly think of, but air is also a fluid. So this is talking about simulating the car going down the track. They'll set an airspeed probably around 20 meters per second, that goal of around the magical 1 second mark, and then they'll observe where the air is going around the car, if it's doing exactly what they thought it would. Has it done that so far?
And just to keep us on our tenterhooks, we'll go to the race before we find out the answer. And that, by the way, was an unbelievable explanation of fluid dynamics.
So Blitz were taking the win in that race. However, it does not top their leaderboard topping 1.355 seconds. But Shifter got the fastest reaction time with 0.162.
Dark Pace, though. Let's go back to Dark Pace because you asked a question. They've delivered 515. They have moved up, not one position, but 3. Such is the closeness of this. Please continue that question because it's delivered.
Absolutely. So that CFD showing you where the air is moving around the car. Do you think then from that fantastic result that everything was happening as intended?
I think definitely. I think our design, we went for a more simple design, but I think that's definitely, we were more underestimated, and I think that sometimes simple can be better.
I absolutely agree with you there. You know, you can make something incredibly complicated, but then that can be really difficult for your manufacturing engineer to design, and it can be quite complicated to understand how it works. And then that makes it even harder in that design and engineering judging that we were talking about before. Showing your understanding, the reasoning. That sounds really good, guys. Elevated on the leaderboard. Love to see it.
What I would also say is you guys celebrated in perfect silence. After you went up, it was no noise, but we knew you were happy bunnies. You're happy, aren't you?
Yeah, definitely.
And just a word, dude, how proud are you to represent your school in the national finals?
Very proud because it's obviously very cool to be here representing Jersey at this amazing event.
100%. And regardless, whether you're in P1 or P51, these guys are showing improvements, and that's what it's all about, making those marginal gains. Well done indeed. And also a little shout out for our track team, by the way, that have worked tirelessly. No one's worked as hard as Marathon Milner, obviously. We would like an update on Ultra Marathon Milner to find out how many steps he's got devices out here.
That's 5K for today, pretty much.
5K you've given to F1 in schools. Just that's today alone. That's this man needs a new pair of trainers after this. Eroded the rubbers.
5K. That means that Tom has walked up and down this track 250 times today. Isn't that incredible?
Maths. That was quick maths, to quote a famous British rapper.
I can't remember which one. Is it Big Shaq?
I think it's Big Shaq. Yes. I'm on my own with that one. That's absolutely fine. Oh, that, by the way, was the last race. See, when you say quick maths, I can't even count to 4 at this point here. But guys, well done for another fantastic series of racing. People making improvements. Things couldn't be much closer between two of the teams of Gigi and Echo. Oh, no, that's them coming up. Ignore that little statement there. I'm jumping ahead. Great job to everyone. Give yourselves a round of applause. Solid work. And if you'd like to exit just at the side here, we will be bringing out 4 more protagonists who are about to do the business.
So we can see the teams. They're up against the 10 staters at the edge of the racetrack, raring to go, so we will welcome them to the stage. We have Riptide Racing from Coleyton Grammar School, Cransley Speedworks from Cransley School, Echo NC from Northampton College, and Acceleratrix from the Royal Grammar School. Come on up, guys.
The Royal Grammar School. That is the ultimate name of a grammar school, just Royal Grammar School.
Well, and we're about to find out if they're going to be racing royalty today.
We don't have enough key rings yet, so...
Thank you very much.
Wow.
The keyring is being added on.
I love this fade on the keyring. These looks like they've been hand-painted. Proper attention to detail there from Echo NC.
From Echo NC.
Radzi has me every time, and there is a reason I wasn't the driver for my F1 in Schools team, because my reaction times are a bit off the mark. Anyway, talking of reaction times, let's have our drivers up at the top end of the racetrack. We've got the 4 cars lined up on the start line. We've got 3 cars that could be Batmobiles in lanes 2 to 4, rocking the slick black livery. But then on the end, we have the blue car from Riptide Racing, bringing the speed of the sea.
Now here's a question, Lawrence. With some of those, we hear a little bit of almost rattling. Is that a good or a bad thing?
I mean, it's difficult to tell without knowing which car, because even earlier today, we saw a car with a bit of a problem with a wheel, went faster than it had before. So, you know, I would guess it was a bad thing. It sounds like something dragging on the track, doesn't it? I mean, we talk about, you know, the gas canister that powers these cars, it runs out a third of the way down the track. So then they're just coasting, and they're relying on minimizing the losses, those losses being friction between the wheels of the track, the aerodynamic losses, but also that the sound is a loss. Like, the louder the cars are, this kinetic energy is being converted into sound energy, and we don't want that. We want as much to stay as kinetic energy as possible.
Thank you very much. And while you were speaking there, it got confirmed Riptide moved from about P11 to P5.
Tied for that position with Echo, exactly the same time.
Absolutely superb. We'll see if we'll get a reaction from Echo. The hats, the glitter hats work, ladies and gentlemen. That's the conclusion there. It's time for the second race. For 9 seconds for Echo MC, very close to one of their best times.
Absolutely, a very consistent car that they've brought to the competition this year. And as we've been talking about all the way through the show, that is super important. But Acceleratrix, the second race in the row that they had the fastest reaction time. And they're really, really rapid times.
And Cransley, every single one of these teams in these last 2 runs has actually improved their best time. Cransley, Acceleratrix, Echo, and Riptide. Maybe not Echo, but Riptide have.
Well, let's take this opportunity to wander down to Acceleratrix, our fastest reactors so far of this racing session.
They're a box of tricks.
And maybe get their thoughts on why all of the cars are going faster. And by the way, there is a badge collection here and a sticker collection to rival your keyring collection. Very, very impressive. But are you happy with the performance, and why do you think everyone is going faster so far today?
I think in the manufacturing process we added a bit too much spray paint.
And why would that result in the car going faster today?
Well, the more layers of spray paint, the heavier it would be, which reduced the speed of it.
I see. So our learning for the next time is less paint, make it lighter. Well, something really useful for that. I don't know if you weighed it before you added the paint last time, but if you can see that difference that the paint added, you know how much weight you need to get off the car before it's painted to be right at that minimum weight.
And just a question about your T-shirt, sir. So you remind me of when I was in school. A couple of stains on a white T-shirt. What was the stain there from?
This was from Nando's last night.
Nando. Now we are talking. By the way, what is your Nando's order?
Well, I ordered 10 chicken wings and lemon and herb because I cannot eat spice, and peri salted chips.
And was it just the one side?
With garlic bread as well.
Absolutely, you went double carb. I mean, that's controversial, but I like it. Now, have you tried the Fanta topping you can get on the chicken?
No, I actually haven't yet, no.
Now, Fanta is the new one. Give it a go is what I would say. Don't write it off by the name alone. I think the name doesn't do it justice. It's a very good topping. And Fanta, actually, a drink that came out in the Second World War, because it was an amalgamation. One of the very few, Coke, for example, was one of the very few products regarded as legal necessities by the government, basically a backhander for corporate America. And off the back of it, when they could no longer get the syrup to the front line, they amalgamated it. It was very popular. They called it Fanta. Hello, 2025 Nando's topping. What was your Nando's order, boys?
I think I got a sunset burger last night and chips with garlic bread.
Peri-peri or normal chips?
Peri-peri.
Obviously is the right answer. Yourself, sir?
I got the same as him, but I would have gone with a butterfly burger, but they didn't have any.
Gutting. When you're salivating like a Pavlovian dog and they don't have what you want, devastated. How about yourself?
10 chicken wings, peri-peri chips, and creamy mash.
No, again, a double potato we went for. Nice. And finally?
10 chicken wings, macho peas, and peri salad chips.
Thank you for the macho peas mention. People don't think about the macho peas. It is an underrated part of the Nando's option. Let's head back for racing. I'm not sure how you segue from chicken to racing, but we're going to do it. They could run like headless chickens.
Bit of a wing roulette we're about to have here.
Cransley School, blimey. Cransley School, that is their best time by some margin. 1.509 before to 1.484. They've moved up
to P21 on the leaderboard. That is very good. Now, I mean, you may say P21, we do have, only 32 teams. Only 32 teams. Like, they fought off hundreds from around the country to be here, as all of the teams did. But the thing is, the margins are so fine, Radzi. At P21, they're only just more than a tenth of a second off first. With a single race yet to go, we could still see it all change.
Yeah, we could do. We love Acceleratrix. Lads, the Royal Grammar School. Do we know why it was named the Royal Grammar School, by the way? Does anyone know?
Well, I do know that Queen Elizabeth I did come over and do some ceremony with it.
She turned up. The Queen turned up. Good enough for me. But who's going to be crowned king or queen at the end of these races?
Let's find out.
Blimey, that lane 4, once again, the hat proving effective from Riptide. Riptide encroaching. Riptide going from... So interestingly, they were P5, they remain P5, but no longer sharing P5 with two other teams because 416 moves them into standalone, pushing down Echo and Asteroid. Brilliant work.
So that was our fourth and final race from this group, but we haven't had a chance to talk to all of the teams yet, so we're going to do something new. We're going to fly through the last three teams in the line, and you're all going to shout one word for me that sums up your emotions after that last round of racing.
Better than it was.
Oh, Harry
Struggling
Styles.
with numbers there. 4 words instead of 1.
Harry Styles, we like that.
Now, Cransley School, 1 word. Can you get it down from 4 to 1 as requested? Let's see.
Improvement.
Very good.
It did improve.
Improvement. We've seen a lot of that today. Really great. And our final 1-word reaction?
Happy?
Happy. Marvellous.
Excellent work, guys. We now have... Let's first of all give ourselves a round of applause for 8 brilliant races over the last 2 days. Brilliant camaraderie, lots of smiles and happiness as well. And the hat, that's just the hats alone. So guys, if you'd like to exit off to the side of the racing area, and we will have our final group of racing before our slight interval for lunch. That's the last one for lunch. I mean, that is excellent news. Sadly, Nando's isn't an option.
That is regrettable.
It should be. But should we just conclude by taking a look at a little bit of these teams?
For sure. It was all change at the top of the leaderboard in this session. I mean, I think we entered the day with Phoenix Motorsports on top, was it?
Yeah.
Well, now they have been relegated to third. However, without that checkered flag next to their team name, that means we haven't seen them so far today, so they will have a chance to reclaim that top spot.
And that nut situation, Echo, Riptide, Asteroid, all sharing 1.423. 3 teams down to the 1,000th couldn't be separated. Well, now they are, courtesy of a 14-16, I think it was, and that then moves them into a standalone P5 position. And so 4 teams have now cracked the 1.4. It's game on for the second half of racing.
Absolutely. So we'll be back after lunch at 1:30 with the second half of development class racing for today, a final 16 races to round out our UK National Finals. Thank you very much.
I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man we coming for them bags that they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run last. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. Long days, longer nights. You feel? Now I don't even know lately. Take it, go. It's too much. I'ma do it anyway. Put 'em in the dirt. Say it again, man, and that's a reverse. Never rehearse. Jumping in first. Call up the nurse, put the beat in the hearse. This is absurd. Take the berserk. Don't get on the tracks, man, and they better swerve. Don't got a nerve, man, I never curse. Just casting these spells when I'm spelling these words. That's real. That's too real. I've been Roosevelt, I need a new deal. Trying to figure out what I should do still. I'm really never waiting here too still. I don't even know what I should say at all. Should I jump on in? Should I get involved?
Holding the mascot of Destiny from Silverstone School, aka the only school I've ever heard of on a racetrack. Unbelievable. We are petitioning for them to get free tickets to every single Formula One moving forward if they get certain grades. You heard it here first. But now, mate, we are going to avert our gaze because it is time to get some more racers on the track. We can't do it without Amy. Amy has arrived. More importantly, her radio is now on her jaw, which means we can communicate. We are ready to rock and roll. So let's bring out our teams. Who are they, Lawrence?
So first of all, we have Apvia RPS Racing, followed by Invictus, Hyperstorm, and Wyvern Racing.
Apvia
Make
in
your way
lane
to the
1.
track, please, guys.
Invictus in lane 2, Hyperstorm lane 3, Wyvern in lane 4.
And immediately, if you could send your drivers over to the racetrack, getting them ready with the triggers of destiny for your last round of racing for the day. Now, I'm stood here with Apvia Racing. I've probably pronounced their name wrong. Apvia?
Apvia.
Tell me about that name. It's not a word I'm familiar with. Is it a sponsor or is it a word you made up?
Apvia is our sponsor, our tier 1 sponsor. It's named, of course. Apvia is a cloud consultancy firm based out of London. They very generously gifted us a certain amount of money to get the program started.
When you're keeping the money close to your chest, you know it's good coin. You guys got the bag. We like that. And talking about Apvia, I know a man who likes to sleep but struggles. That's apnea. No.
Well, hopefully their driver doesn't have sleep apnea. We're about to go for race number 1.
Yikes from lane 3. Lane 3, hang on a second here. We need to check this out because this has put the cat amongst the proverbials. From P8
to P1. By a single thousandth of a second.
Wow!
For
Give them a
Hyperstorm.
round of applause.
Wow.
We have new leaders.
Very impressive, and the fastest reaction time there too.
Smattering of indifferent applause.
Unfortunately, it's a smattering of pieces on the track for Apvia Racing. We're going to wander back there because I did have a question for them about their front wing. So, a few days ago, I was scrutineering your cars, and I noticed that your front wing, it's very thin. It looks like it's almost a single layer of 3D printed material, making it quite flexible. Was that, a design decision for the aerodynamics, that under an aerodynamic load, the wing would maybe deform a bit, like we see this in F1? It's actually a big talking point, or was it just weight saving?
Most of it was just weight saving. The idea of it being very thin was obviously for aerodynamic reasons, of course. But we didn't intend on it deforming during race.
It's great that they're flexible. I'm not that flexible. I can't do Tuesdays. And on that note, we're going to hand back to the track.
Stand back, just all against that.
That was almost a dead heat. There was 16 1,000 separating 3 of those cars, and does that change much? I mean, 14, 40, that alone from Hyperstorm's averages are going to be filthy.
That was another good time, although showing that their A car isn't quite as fast as I think the B car that was in the last race. Hearing word over my shoulder right now, live. The B car is lighter, did you say?
It's like very slightly lighter.
What is very slightly? We operate in fine margins here. I mean, it's 1,000th of a second that you lead by. Was it a 10th of a gram? A gram?
It was around like 0.2, 0.3. 0.4?
Yeah.
So just shy of half a gram. And why do you think that was?
Oh, it's because we added too much gloss on car A.
Too much gloss.
So half a gram spread over 48? Is that, or was it 60? So spread over 60. So just under 1%, so 1 out of 120, that's worth a lot more than 1,000th. And we saw the effect right there. Invictus, by the way, that was their best ever time. And to give you a flavor, so Invictus is precisely 1/10 of a second behind the leaders. 16 races, 16 cars between P1, P16, separated by 1/10 of a second. It's frightening.
Very, very close there. Should we have a word with Invictus?
Absolutely. You guys came up with a wonderful games concept. How is Prince Harry? That's all I've got about Invictus. Guys, best performance so far?
Yeah, I think the car, we think is going to perform better and better. So the last, we got 2 more races, I think. So I think it's going to go very fast. And Jerry, our head engineer, is racing for us, so he's probably got the most knowledge on the car. But Daniel, if you got...
Yes, Daniel, you're the lethal weapon here, I hear.
I think there's still a lot of improvements to make on the car. Of course, there's a lot of room for improvement, but right now it's a bit less than our expectations. But it's still doing quite well, I'd say. There's a lot more to expect from it, yeah.
And where can I place your accents? You've got similar accents, but it's tough to know whereabouts they're from. Where were you born?
I'm born in Hong Kong, but...
And where were you born, sir?
Ukraine.
Wow, this is proper international. Where were you born, dude?
I'm from South Korea.
Flipping heck. We've got South Korea, Ukraine, Hong Kong. Yes, sir.
UK.
Whereabouts in the UK?
Hillingdon.
Hillingdon, old school. And what about yourself, dude?
Thailand.
Thailand, I mean, this is...
5 for 5. We've got to ask their driver where he's from. Can we make it a 6th different country?
China. So we've got China, Hong Kong, South Korea, Ukraine, and old school Hillingdon. Did I miss somebody out? Did I miss... Korea, was one Korea? Thailand, yes, unbelievable. And as a result, you guys are coming together, uniting forces, and the result is improvement, and we like it.
Absolutely. We can see the cars just being pushed up to the starting lines now, and the stances taken by the drivers. We've got some cool, calm, collected. We've got some unflinching focus. Let's see how they do.
My goodness, Invictus, look at that fist pump, flexing the bicep, letting us all know his pull sessions in the gym are working. He goes for the push-pull leg split on a weekly basis.
And a big improvement from Invictus there, who said they were a bit disappointed with their position, but 1/4 of a second, 0.025 improvement takes them from 16th on the leaderboard up into 8th, behind that tie with 1.423 for Echo and Asteroid.
They put the us in Invictus.
Absolutely. What a united team. Diverse team, 6 different nations. That is very cool. But let's get a word from Hyperstorm. They flew to 1st on the leaderboard. Very, very impressive. How do you think it's gone in the other elements of the competition? You know, your car, on point. But the Enterprise, the verbal presentation, how did that go?
Well, I think verbal pres was personally the best due to our cracking our jokes and our just good presentation in general.
Have we got any good jokes?
Not on the spot, but our amazing person over here, he moonwalked in.
Oh, we need to see that. A moonwalk.
Absolutely.
Let's roll it back to Dangerous Tour 1993. On live television. We are live. Let's get a picture of this man's feet, ready to go. The hat. Oh, go on, mate. He did the hat as well. We couldn't see the hat tilt. on the spot, delivered like the mailman. Michael Jackson, the greatest performer of all time, no question of a doubt. Unbelievable.
Exactly.
Should we walk our way onto the team behind you?
We shall do that after our next
the
race.
Spot on, mate. My goodness. My goodness.
And another improvement from Invictus, and a massive improvement this time. 1.365 puts them up into 4th on the leaderboard. And 365 representing their work ethic. These guys don't stop 365 days of the year. Nailed it. Really good.
And just from Invictus, they arrived this morning, P16, then I think it was P9, then maybe P7, then now P4. Every single race they improved. Wonderful.
Exactly. If the trend were to continue, they would be at P1 after this final race.
They would. But Hyperstorm have blown away the competition with that. And so we haven't spoken to yourself. How was that for you?
Oh, it was just a day in the office, a normal day.
Oh, wow. He's gone for it. Pure. There's no iron humility. Not, to be fair, if you're going to give it the big talk, you back it up. Your mouth is writing checks that your arse is cashing. We absolutely love it, sir. So massive congratulations to Hyperstorm. But in fact, let's grab a word at the end here.
Absolutely.
And so you go away, far away.
Team proudly from, tell us where you're from.
Scotland.
You see, with the Red Dragon,
me as well.
I was about to go for Wales, but I had a feeling you were trying to deceive me there. Tell us about your mascot. Why a dragon?
So this is Whisper, and he is our mascot, and he was actually inspired by sort of just the process of our name creating, where we went through a lot during the name creating process, and we decided on Wyvern because we thought it created a sense of dominating, and that was the message we wanted to get across in this competition.
And you did the fist in the hand as well, just for exclamation. But Wyvern? It's all I got. It's all I got. Why? I was asking the question in the name. You guys clearly all get on here, don't you?
Yes, yeah.
And how much have you loved? So the racing has now finished. How much have you loved this process?
Oh, it's been fantastic. It's been such a good opportunity, especially since we're all wanting to go into careers related to our roles. It's just something that just gives us this experience that you wouldn't get in school.
That's super. And so for motorsport, possibly for yourself?
Oh, I did graphics design, so I designed all the merch.
Did you? You designed these? Well, let's give us a twirl here, all you guys, because this looks awesome. Look at that. The backs, the print on the back is awesome. And where did the idea come from?
Wyvern Racing.
What you designed?
We have triangles to symbolize strength because strongest shape there, and we've got individuality as well as unity because we've got all our flags at the back.
Oh wow! So which flags do we have?
Bangladesh.
Yes.
Scotland.
We've got Scotland there, and we've also got Nigeria right there, spelt with an I, just to confirm that he is from Nigeria. We love it, guys. Proper unity here. It's like the United Colours of Benetton, and we like it. Well, let's give a massive round of applause to all of the teams here. We have new leaders. Can they be beaten? We're going to be finding out. But as for us, if you'd like to exit the racing area, just on the right-hand side. Lawrence, what a way to come back from lunch.
Absolutely. The 4 teams already gone. I can't believe it. The racing is my favourite part of the competition, and I'm afraid to say it's nearly done with only 3 rounds to go. But from Sandbach High School, we're going to welcome to the stage Velocity Racing. From the London Academy of... It's going to be Arera Racing. They will tell us what it's the London Academy of. From Durham Johnston Comprehensive, it is Arundo Racing. And from the Turf Academy, we have T-Blaze.
I want to know what the T stands for. Come on in, guys. We're old friends. Yes, we are. So lane 1, Velocity. Lane 2, Arera. Lane 3, Arundo. Lane 4, T-Blaze. Now I'm going to go to the end with T-Blaze, and straight away we're going to find out what the T stands for. Would
you like to wear some glasses?
Oh, let's wear some glasses.
There has been a dearth of costumes today, so I'm excited for this. Thank you, guys.
So, T-Blaze, what does the T stand for?
It stands for Turf, which is where we come from.
Ah, but there's again a phonic dilemma that we have ourselves here. You pronounced it?
Tura.
You changed. Did you say Turif, first of all?
The locals call it Tura.
And what would the non-locals call it?
Turif.
Thank you. So you anglicised it for us. You saw our weakness and explained it accordingly. Thank you. And what should we know about Tura?
There's a story of the Taraku, which is why our uniforms have a little.
It's the age-old coo or cow. We're not going to get into it again. We've already explored it. And by the way, I'm loving the double glasses.
Indeed, I didn't want to sacrifice eyesight. The commentary on the racing may be on its last legs if I couldn't see. We're going to go for the racing. I can see through these yellow-tinted glasses. Best of luck to all of these teams. And the fastest track time in that race was 1.400 from Velocity Racing. That is their best time by an improvement of 44 thousandths of a second. That is a lucky number for some teams. That being Lewis Hamilton's very famous race number. That puts them up into number 8 on the board, less than half a tenth of a second from P1. We saw improvement through all of the racers in the last round. If they continue, like we saw from Invictus, they could be all the way at the top by the end.
You're very much looking at this through rose-tinted spectacles, mate.
No longer, but you are, my friend. Now, we've got the cars back on the starting line. We're going to go again for race 2. Can we see another improvement from Velocity Racing?
I say yes. I say yes.
I'll play devil's advocate and say, while I love the guys at Velocity Racing, no, I can't agree with you all the time.
Is it Velocity or is it a town of bikes, a velo city? It's the real conundrum.
We'll answer that after the next round of racing.
Let's take a look at the times.
And we have another improvement on the board. Arundo Racing going from 1.434 to 1.417. That takes them up to the top 10, the magical number that gets you in the points-paying positions in Formula One. However, at the F1 in Schools National Finals here at Magna, every position is a points-paying position. But with a sliding scale of points, every thousandth of a second is also worth more points.
It is all about points. I'm going to ask questions to a man in the crowd. Sir, holding the bottle, what's your name? Yeah. Obi is the largest man in all of Rotherham. He has arms the size of most people's legs. What's your best bench press, sir? 160. 3.5 plates that man is bench pressing for fun. That bottle was actually 4 litres before it got under his arm. Yes, big Obi in the house. We love it. Do we know Obi, guys?
Yep, he's our teacher.
He's your teacher? Wow, they make them differently where you come from. What does he teach? Strength.
He's more like, wait, what's his role?
He's outreach. He's more outreach. So yeah, careers and outreach. Yeah.
Very cool. And sir, what on earth? What am I looking at here?
I have no idea what I'm looking at.
Yeah, yes, please.
I'm just looking at some maps here.
No, you say it like I should know. It's what?
You know my phone?
I know now.
On here.
You're seeing your phone on there, and your phone's set to what? Looking at maps.
Yeah, something similar.
Okay. That's an interesting concept. And can you look at anything else in there?
Yeah, we can look at the design of the car in a 3D scale.
Very cool, guys. We love that. We absolutely love that. And tell us a little bit about your team. I.e., how long have you been working together before?
Like 6 months. We met each other in September and we formed a group.
And what part of London are we from?
Tottenham.
Tottenham, yes, indeed. We spoke about the fact that you come from Tottenham, but know that Arsenal's the best. And that's absolutely fine. Absolutely fine.
We do have another team, though, with a lot of international flavour. If you guys all rotate yourselves 90 degrees, isn't that cool?
Okay, should we do the flag test? So we've got, oh, crikey. Is that Norway?
The only one I can do.
Norway, oh, crikey, hang on a second. Oh, hang on, I shouldn't have started this game. That there, I'm going to go Belarus. Is that Albania? Yeah. So Albania, Norway. I should have gotten that one. I was too Oslo. No, fine. That one there, I'm not sure where that is. Go on, I know Ghana. What else have we got, Lawrence?
I'm afraid I was lost after Norway. We might need your help, guys.
I think the study of flags, I think is called something like vexillology. That's all I've got.
Well, it has me vexed.
Ah, go on. Now we're talking. But guys, let's reveal. So it's Norway and Gambia. Yes, sir. Bulgaria. Ah, it's the rose tinted that's done me. I'm going to blame it on that. That one's Ghana, the Black Stars, and Eritrea. Look at this here, proper global spectacle that we've got, which is pertinent because what happens if you podium here, Lawrence?
So, the teams that reach the podium here today will progress to the World Finals later in the year, where we have over 50 nations submitting teams. Very, very international. The competition is fierce at the World Finals. Only the best teams progress.
People have fear. People have so fear.
To see who has the best chance of progressing, let's go to the next race.
Crikey. The times are improving. The times are changing. Velocity, now that's not equal or has that been adjusted?
I think Velocity Racing have just exactly matched their fastest time, which is very, very impressive. And you know, when we talk about that one fastest time not counting, you know, if you get it twice, it does count, basically. So that is very impressive. That'll really help them with the average.
That's nuts, to the 1,000th. That's consistency right there.
Absolutely. Now, before we go to this final race, let's walk down to the people from the City of the Bikes and see if we have been misled.
In fact, you kick off, mate.
Well, I was just going to say, Velocity Racing. Have you misled us? Is it the City of the Bikes or is it something about speed?
It's just about direction and speed.
Direction and speed. Very, very important. Yes. Velocity is a vector. So we have that directional element. I love that. So what's the direction that you guys are going in?
Teamwork, hard work, and consistency.
Teamwork, hard work, and consistency. 3 fantastic values with the 3 V's on your t-shirt. Do those 3 V's symbolize your values? Or does it just look cool? It just looks cool, to be honest.
Go on.
It's for speed, direction, and velocity.
Very cool. And where are you guys from?
Sandbach in Cheshire.
Good services in Sandbach. Yep. Nothing beats a good services, not generic chain stores. The button has been repressed. Reese is apoplectic currently. Lane 4.
They have speed, they have direction. 1.380 puts Velocity Racing up from P8 to P5. My, what an excellent result from them.
You see, you put it into the universe, or whatever it is the young kids say now. What's the one they say? I'm trying to not visualize, but
I don't know.
Manifest, that's the one. You manifest it, because you were talking about, what are the 3 elements?
Speed, direction, velocity.
It had it. Direction, one direction like Harry Styles. Speed, a lot of it. And velocity as well.
Absolutely. Now, I've just got Reese to my side, and I'm going to ask him, we saw that race start was aborted, and just get him to explain what happened there.
So we noticed that the lights are out of sync between the 2 gates, so to make sure that it's a fair race, we have to have them in sync. So
Absolutely. So we just quickly reset the system, did we? Yeah. Everything works perfectly. We had that fair race. This is why we have the fast, experienced track team, making sure nothing goes wrong.
We're like a plumber's favorite plug, always in sync.
Absolutely. Now, that was our final race of this round, so we're going to have to say goodbye to you all.
Yes, although we now have, superb performances across the board. People have raised the bar. Give yourselves a round of applause. Yes! And we're very much at the business end of the competition. If you want to head off in that direction just there, or, yeah.
Now, as those teams leave us, we are ready to welcome some more to the stage. We have Asteroid from Bro Edern, Echo from Robert May School, Apex Racing from Matthew Arnold, and Team Apex BBA from Bishop Briggs Academy.
Not now, but you'll witness the last ever. Lawrence, what has been the largest asteroid in the asteroid belt?
The largest asteroid in the asteroid belt, you say, Radzi?
Wasn't it Sirius, or because it's one of the team names?
Very good, yes. You know, again, memory like a sieve. But if I can remember that, I'll let you know. Now, as these teams have walked on, I have been threatened with something very sparkly. And I think I'm going to have to wear the sparkly top hat. I wouldn't be a spoil sport if I did. So... It's rakishly on the side now. It looks... No, we'll go with it on the side. I think it's an interesting look.
It is a big look. It is a big look. Guys, if the drivers would like to step forwards, and I like this, we've got hydration at the source of what we're doing. What drinks are we opting for? Is there any doubt?
Iron brew, all the way.
Iron brew made from girders for the non-locals. And I said it yesterday, I'll say it again today. The only country in the world in which Coke is not the #1 selling drink is...
Scotland.
And what drink is it?
Iron brew.
Never in doubt. Never in doubt. Yes. Did you see, so there's a WWE wrestler called Alexa Bliss, and did you see her try an iron brew? Yeah, it was great, that. That was a slightly exclusive conversation that happened on Capital Scotland. Comes out of Glasgow. Alexa Bliss, WWE are doing a tour, and she tried iron brew for the first time and couldn't describe it, because that's what they say. It's indescribable, unlike Reese's thumb, which means we are ready.
Indeed. We hope these teams aren't rusty after a day without racing. Lights are on. And away they go.
Wow. Lanes 3 and 4. Blimey, that was filthy quick. Apex Racing.
As we look to see where Apex Racing have risen to on that leaderboard with a massive improvement on their time.
Yeah, they've taken four, is it 4/10? I can't even remember anymore.
I believe that's just shy of 400ths off their lap time.
400, thank you.
Absolutely. And I say lap time, it's more of a stage race. We end at a different point to the one we start, so it isn't at all a lap.
Yes, so there would be no vector.
Indeed. Now, we had the fastest reaction time there. I think it has gone off the screen, but I think that was Asteroid. And I'm not sure if we've had a time below 0.1 seconds so far today. And we talk about this a bit because at the Olympics, a time faster than 0.1 seconds is judged to be a jump start, isn't it? Faster than a human could possibly do. Anyway, let's see if they can be faster than humanly possible once again. The superhumans at Asteroid from a different planet.
I'll tell you what, there's not a lot separating these races.
And that was a bit of an interesting one. We saw the car in lane 2. That is Asteroid, who we were talking about for the very fast reactions. Again, on it, just crawled away from the starting line.
Its first race was out of this world. Its second one was out of this race.
Unfortunately so, Radzi. Now, it looks like there may have just been a small issue with the starting gate that launches the cars. So I've seen another canister go into that car. It's back ready to go, and that team will be given another chance to get a time on the board.
Now, one of the big questions on the tips of everyone's tongue is, Lawrence, will you be wearing the braces, the sequined braces, next time?
So the story behind this team's kit will be told after our next race. This will be Asteroid with the braces, in fact, going to the races. And this time the car got away perfectly. Now we've just got to wait for the other lane to register as a DNF to get the time, and it's a 1.613. That is not an improvement from Asteroid, but still good to get another time on the board, and another practice at the reaction time, which is again incredibly fast. Very good work.
Representing Wales, Asteroid from Bro Edern.
Now, the story about the sparkles, and we'll wander up there to talk to them. Every competition they go to, they have more sparkles. So yesterday we asked them what would be next on the outfit, and today you said, are you going to wear sparkles, Lawrence? Next time we see this team back, whether that is a World Finals or next year at the National Finals, I will wear sparkly braces, okay? A deal. But you've got to one-up your game too.
We have spare braces in our pit display.
That's not the deal. One extra piece each event. Oh, and I think I'm about to lose the hat. I am coming across as a bit of a mad hatter, so deep into the racing show.
We find ourselves going down a rabbit hole, a bit like.
Indeed.
Listen, there we are. There we are. We're gonna just start the gag and let's work out what the punchline could be.
I mean, when I've lost the hat, I'll just be the Alice band, so maybe that's where we are going.
Now that was first class, by the way. That was exceptional.
I'm learning from the master here.
I wish that was the case.
Anyway, we have Echo here, not to be confused with Echo NC, resplendent in their blue kits. Now, where do they stand so far on the leaderboard, Radzi?
Which team are we talking about? Sorry.
This is Team Echo. I believe they were our early leaders in the development class.
P10.
Wow, and that shows how much everything's changed with lots of teams improving their times. Now, your car looks fantastic. It has a beautiful finish. Can you tell us a little bit about that? Is it just for the aesthetics, or does that surface finish of the car affect its speed?
It keeps it smooth, but it's also for the finish as well.
Very nice. I was trying to think of a Scandinavian gag that I could get the word finish in, and I was struggling. The capital of Finland is... What's the capital of Finland?
No clue.
No idea. Doesn't matter. We're going to move on.
Well, this team is wearing the colours of the Finnish flag, though. Blue and white. Very nice.
It's not Reykjavik. It's not Reykjavik. That's bad. We don't know. Any prizes for the capital of Finland? Thank you, Helsinki. That was good. Should have had a gag ready. By the way, how old are you guys?
We're 13 and 14.
So, year 9?
Yeah.
How cool is it? Some of the youngest of the sort of the pro teams. What does it mean to represent your school and to be doing so well as you are?
It's an honour to show that everyone can do it, and it doesn't have to be for a specific age.
Really cool. And how did you get on with the presentation, by the way?
Our presentations went really well, especially our verbal press with almost perfect time.
Excellent. That's what presenting can be all about on TV, hitting time. And it's time for us to hand over to the thumbs of Big Reese. Now, lane 4, 1.364. That is Echo, and they've just moved into P4. 10 1,000ths behind the leader. They've jumped up 6 places. You could feel the speed on that from the moment it was fired out of the traps.
Absolutely, and an excellent reaction time too. We've talked a lot today about the fastest car award and that fastest time on the leaderboard, but we forget that reactions do pay a lot of points. There are points exclusively for the team that has the fastest time, with the reaction time plus car time as well. So those two combined, we are not seeing many cars finish within the 1.5 seconds total. So that was, again, another good result there.
Yes, it was. Let's speak to you guys. How are we feeling with our performance today?
Good, I think we're doing well. I don't know about the card ones.
Can we talk through the mascot?
This is Alpha. He's a wolf. His name is Alpha McIntyre, and McIntyre is Scottish Gaelic for wolf.
Ah, so do you know Drew McIntyre, the wrestler?
Don't know.
I've heard about him.
I like that you know your WWE, I think.
Yeah, I used to watch it a lot when I was younger.
Well, I used to watch it. I was watching now. That would be crazy. Otherwise, I'd know that John Cena's returning to WrestleMania, which I wouldn't know. So yes, it's back to Reese, who's giving the thumbs up to WrestleMania this year. Definitely not in Las Vegas. Oh my goodness, what time was that one? How close was that one in lane?
Another improvement, Radzi.
Oh!
You know where that puts them?
Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Let's get a reaction. Look at this face. Look at that face. Welcome to the big time. That was, in fact, welcome to the driver. How did you do that?
Practice. You just got to practice and make sure you're ready to do it so you can do it the best you possibly can.
And you've really done it. Yesterday we were talking about the fact that, Lawrence, what's an ideal time for a reaction?
0.15 is kind of, that's a great time if you can keep producing it consistently.
And you did exactly that. You guys are leading. Sorry, dude. What was, as soon as you saw that, you actually couldn't believe it.
I was just shocked because we were quite low earlier, but I'm very glad we've improved and got first so far.
And Lawrence, it might be good to talk about the design of the car because we're now seeing the best of the bunch and we are right close to the end of the competition.
Absolutely. I mean, with only one round of racing to go, that could very well have been the fastest time that we will see in this competition. We talked about its amazing, very glossy finish earlier. They've gone for, you know, a very slick, smooth design, very aquiline, I would say. But obviously, that hasn't been done on a hunch. This team has done a lot of work to make that final design. Like, I remember when I was competing, I think I probably tested a few hundred variations of cars with like 10 different front wings, 10 different rear wings, all tested together in every possible variation. How many iterations do you think you went through to get to this final design?
Probably over 60 or 70 just with this design.
Wow. So, as we see time and time again, this isn't luck. The results come from the hard work, and the hard work pays off.
And with a little bit of luck, we can make it through the race here at F1 in schools. We love it, guys. Give yourselves a massive round of applause. Yes! Superb racing.
Absolutely. Why not? You take a selfie. No worries. Get off hands. Come in as well.
Come on in, Lawrence. Do you want vertical or is it like that?
That's fine. Thank you very much.
so much.
Keep your eye, bro. Keep your eye, bro.
Whoa.
Keep for you.
Thank you very much.
I'm
Oh,
gonna
wow.
enjoy it. You can't describe this.
They're my favourites.
Thank
Wow.
you, guys. Well done. Thank you, mate. So we are very close to the end. We have how many groups left?
One single round of racing and 4 fantastic teams.
4 opportunities to take the #1 spot. So let's bring them out. Let's bring them down. We want in lane 1, Team Inferno, in lane 2, Rapides, in lane 3, Phoenix Motorsports, and in lane 4, Cheadle Hulme School, aka Unity. Come on down, guys. So a bit of a call to action. If you are called Inferno, Rapides, Phoenix, or CHS, come on down, please. Which means the missing crew are Phoenix, who will hopefully rise from the ashes and come down here. Oh, excellent, you're there. So
we have Inferno, who we see making their way to the stage right now, and we already have CHS Unity, so also a call to action for Rapides.
Or the school Iskol David Hughes.
A brave man, braver than myself there.
Committed. Committed. It could be Iskol. Eagle.
But also...
You guys are from Wales, aren't you? YSGOL. How would you pronounce that? Escol. Escol. Escol, thank you. If your name is Escol, a little bit like an Icelandic beer, which is a skull. Or you're a Viking who says cheers, because I think that's what it means, skull. I think they go skull.
Ah, cheers, indeed. You made a little call to action for our missing team.
Yes.
Missing in action Rapides. So if you are around here, we need you for the racing. But as we wait, a call to action for anyone in the Magna Science Adventure Centre. This is our last round of racing for the whole day. We've seen that top time tumble and tumble and
Here
tumble.
we are.
It is beaten round
Here
after round.
we are.
So come trackside, watch the final race. And we have another birthday girl here.
14 years young, 1 year younger than myself. Can you believe it? Year 9, I presume. Yes, year 9. Do you still do SATs? So you don't do SAT exams anymore in year 9? Thing of the past, forget about it, move on. I'll be talking about O-levels again soon.
Well, there is only one correct answer to this question, but is there anything you could imagine that would be better than being here at the F1 in Schools National Finals today for your 14th birthday?
No.
Well, there is one thing, and that would be to do what?
Win.
Yes, right. Single syllable aims. Excellent. 378 for Phoenix. Let's take a look. 378 Phoenix. That's moved Phoenix up 1 place above the City of Bikes.
Absolutely. I mean, we've got to remember that Phoenix Motorsports were our leader for a long time in this competition, so they absolutely have the potential to dethrone Echo at the top there.
And based on that first effort, they are intending to do exactly that. We'll go 574 for Phoenix.
And that was a fantastic reaction time from Rapides, and their car looks fantastic lined up on the start line of the track. And I wanted to ask them about that, because it reminds me of the Sauber F1 car. Was that an inspiration? You know, that bright green really stands out.
It was kind of inspired from that, and from a past car, which was the same colour scheme.
Very good. Love that inspiration from Formula One. Let's go racing again.
Good artists get inspired, great artists copy. That's what I would do.
And a 1.381 for Phoenix Motorsports to take the win in that race. It isn't their fastest time, but it is 0.03 off, and that is an incredibly consistent car, and 2 very similar cars as well.
Now, Rapides, the driver, is trying to get the birthday gift of a great time, and he started with a brilliant reaction of 0.163. I'm wondering if that has been enough. So a slightly quicker time, and they will move up a place or 2. And there's not much separating 3 of the teams on this board. 3 more opportunities for greatness.
Unfortunately, only 2. Time flies when we're having fun, Radzi, and this is so good. But only 2 more races left for the F1 in Schools National Finals.
Yes, 2 more.
As we've said a few times, the final F1 in Schools UK National Finals before the competition morphs into STEM Racing next year. It's a bittersweet moment. The new brand looks absolutely fantastic, and I can't wait to be adorned in those new colours, but it has been a fantastic run as F1 in Schools.
Whoever wins will be the reigning champions forever.
Very good point, Radzi. So another level of kind of, reason to want to get that prize.
Absolutely. Look at the camera work, by the way. So these are dome cameras. You actually get those in, say, BBC studios on the news, saving a bit of cash. They go for manless, operatorless cameras. We don't want to hear about that. I can see them thinking, let's have less of that, please, because we've got a mortgage to pay. But yeah, the ball cameras have kind of changed the game, mostly made it worse with regards to the BBC News. But i.e., point being, they are the absolute cream of the crop when it comes to technology, and that's what we're seeing here with our Hulme cameras. Everything is down to the, not even millisecond, almost, I guess, literally the millisecond.
Absolutely. And we're going to wander down now as those cars are switched over lanes for the 3rd and 4th races to talk to CHS Unity. Like the Sauber-inspired car, perhaps, their car really pops on the grid in those pink and yellow colours. We can see that reflected on their uniform, and they actually gave me a really nice gift earlier today. They gave me something that I was, have become very popular this year. I've seen everyone going to Taylor Swift concerts with bands like this, and now I know I will be friends forever with CHS Unity.
I'm trying to think of a Taylor Swift reference. I've got nothing.
Well, these teams have anything but a bad reputation, is what I would say.
Oh, very nice. I suppose these cars are the real Swifties.
Oh, that's very good.
I'll take that. We got there in the end. One of Texas' finest. She was taught to play, out of interest, the guitar by her computer teacher. Yeah. That's where that anecdote ends. Let's check out the times. 3:94. I'll tell you what, so consistent Phoenix Sports are. They would love nothing more than to reclaim that top spot. We've seen 3 brilliant times, one final opportunity to dethrone Echo.
Absolutely. And just before we leave CHS Unity, we've got this mascot, I think, held up in front of us. And, we've talked to a lot of teams with a lot of mascots. This is reminding me of Flat Stanley. Could sneak through any gap. Could you tell us a little bit about what it's called, what it represents to you guys?
This is Pierre Gasly, named after the F1 driver. It was named by chemistry teacher Dr. Williams. Shout out to her. It's based off our logo. Yeah.
I love the cog designs. It's in your colours, and you haven't let us down with the puns. That is magnificent.
Chemistry teachers always come up with the right solution.
It's the last F1 in schools before we...
Okay, so this is in fact, you know what, before we do, this is a big moment. So Andrew, how long have you been involved with this amazing event?
Well, for 25 years, we've been running F1 in schools. It's Jaguar F1 team in schools, and then F1 in schools, and rebrand with a new logo, and we've got an announcement to make when we do the awards. But 25 years, as we said before, it's our 24th UK national final.
A quarter of a century, tens of thousands of races. This is our very last one under this brand, and so you're going to do the honours.
I will indeed, yes. Good luck, guys.
So let's do a countdown before Andrew presses the button in a slightly unconventional manner. In 3, 2, 1. Now there's a delay while we wait for the lights to go out. Bosh! Almost level across the line.
And winning the final ever F1 in schools race is CHS Unity with a time of 1.640.
Absolutely awesome work. A brilliant way to draw to a close, almost nothing between them. And once again proving the effectiveness of those catching lines at the end.
Absolutely. All of the cars returned home safely to the start, where I'm sure they'll take a place of pride in all of their schools. But wow, what a way to go out.
What a way to go out. Well, guys, massive congratulations. If you'd like to exit stage right over here, and we'll just carry on talking and really bring to a conclusion before the awards, because now go on, let's have a look.
We've just got one other thing before we leave CHS Unity here.
So when I was 5, I auditioned for a Blue Peter badge when you were presenting, and I drew a photo, really realistic drawing of you here.
Wow. Did you get a badge?
Yes.
What colour?
Blue.
The number one colour. That was so how long ago was that?
10 years ago.
So 2015?
Yeah.
Do you remember what happened in that year? Do you remember what caused you to send in that picture? Because then I did a wall. I climbed the world's tallest man-made climbing wall. Thank you very much. That is lovely. Thank you so much for showing me that. That is amazing. That is very, very cool here. Now, what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be taking a look at the scores and the doors, and that, in case you're wondering, was Ultramarathon Milner briefing Lawrence on a few extra accoutrements regarding cards. But regarding the very top of the pile here, Echo incredibly doing the business. I don't think they believed what they saw.
No, I mean, that was actually one of my favourite things from the day today, Radzi. We had that top time both in the professional and development class, toppled multiple times throughout the day, and we saw those raw emotions, you know? There's so much pressure when you've spent so much time preparing everything, and then that outlet of the excitement, the joy, that was lovely to see. And as you say, you know, 100th of a second splitting those top 4 teams, and to be honest, all of the teams separated by, you know, a quarter of a second, basically. It's so close, and everyone to deliver all of these cars. You know, they've raced relentlessly. It has been 8 races each for these cars across the 2 days. They go from almost 20 meters a second to nothing, but their great design, the fantastic halo deceleration system has saved the cars. They have kept on going, and yeah, no, I'm almost lost for words, Radzi.
A 10th of a second separating the top 18 cars. It's the margins between some of them, between P7 and P9, P6 and P8, 5 1,000ths. We have just frightening amounts of closeness between them. 1 1,000th separating second and third. It really has been brilliant. Now, actually, this is not confirmed because, as you said, it's about averages. But as things stand, because the top 7 are all English, if this were to be the result, Wyvern Racing would then be going to Worlds.
Got to remind you, that isn't the fastest Scottish team, that is the Scottish team with the most overall points. Although you're right, that absolutely does put Wyvern Racing in the hot seat to get the most points from racing.
That's why you're here, mate, to make sure we are correct in every single department. And the 2 thumbs up came from Marathon Milner to say 3:30 for the awards. Not a nanosecond after. We are going to be like precision German engineering on time, regardless of what happens. So everyone that would ideally be taking their seats at circa 3:20. What's the time now, I wonder? It's 2:30. I've got my dentist actually to go to.
Oh, I thought we were done with this, Radzi. Well, an hour to catch our breath before the awards ceremony. And just a quick notice for teams, at the end of the awards ceremony, you will be able to collect one of your 2 race cars to take it back to your school. And I hope all of them, whether it is Echo in P1, all the way down to our 32nd place team, all of those cars deserve to take a place of pride in your schools.
Or Echo in P1.
We keep going.
We do. However, we're going to take, like you say, a short break, and then we'll be back, and it'll be time for the awards. We'll see you very shortly.